Somewhere in the fading memory of the old world, long before the bombs fell and silence spread across the land like a second sky, there were choices made that would echo forward through centuries of dust and ruin, shaping a future that no one living had been wise enough to prevent. The world of Fallout is not simply a wasteland. It is a record, written in rubble and ash, of everything that once was and everything that was lost. Fallout 2 carries within it one of the most quietly remarkable stories ever told in this universe. A tale not just of survival, but of purpose, of identity, of what it means to inherit the legacy of someone who saved the world before you were born. Before you drift off, maybe tap subscribe for more gentle videos like this, and let me know where you're listening from tonight. Tonight, we walk slowly through that story together, drifting through its quiet corners and breathing in its long, unhurried history, beginning with a small village on the edge of everything and ending in fire and smoke above the open sea, letting each moment settle like dust on the floor of Arroyo. That is where we begin. A small tribal village tucked away in the wild of Northern California, surrounded by trees and old earth and the kind of quiet that only comes when civilization has been gone long enough for the land to forget it. The people of Arroyo were a community built on memory. They carried with them the knowledge that their founder, a person they called the Vault Dweller, had once walked into the heart of darkness and returned changed, carrying the weight of a world that had nearly ended. This founder had saved humanity from a threat called the Master, had dismantled an army of mutants, and had returned home to find that the community he had protected was afraid of the very power he had used to protect them. He was exiled. That exile, quiet and cruel, sent him out into the wilderness, where he would eventually settle and build something new. Arroyo was that something new. It was a village made of choices that hurt to make, and the people who lived there kept that history close, wearing it like a second skin through their traditions and their customs and the way they taught their children what it meant to carry a legacy forward. The village elder of Arroyo was a woman of great age and great composure. She spoke slowly, the way people speak when they understand that words carry weight and that silence is not always an absence of meaning. She had watched Arroyo struggle. She had watched the rains come less and less each season, watched the crops thin out, and the water table sink beneath the cracked ground. Arroyo was suffering, quietly and without drama, the way suffering often comes when there is no single enemy to fight, just the slow erosion of the things that once made survival possible. The elder understood that something had to be done. She understood that Arroyo needed something that technology from the old world might provide, something spoken of only in reverence and careful whispers, the Garden of Eden creation kit, a device from the old world capable of restoring the land itself, of rebuilding soil and purifying water and giving a people back the future that the wasteland had slowly been taking from them. She could not go after it herself. But she had a grandchild. That grandchild was you. Or rather, in the quiet logic of Fallout 2's beginning, the grandchild became the player, became the chosen one, a title with gravity and weight, and the particular loneliness of being selected for something you did not ask for. Before the chosen one could leave Arroyo in search of the Garden of Eden creation kit, they had to prove themselves worthy of the task. The village had a tradition for this, the Temple of Trials, a place carved into the earth below the village, a series of challenges and obstacles that had been constructed generations ago as a rite of passage, a way of separating those who were ready from those who were not yet. The chosen one descended into the Temple of Trials without fanfare, without ceremony beyond the elder's steady eyes and the quiet of the village above. The temple was dark and close, filled with traps and creatures and the particular kind of silence that makes every footstep sound consequential. Moving through it required patience and attention. It rewarded those who thought before they acted. This was, in many ways, the first lesson the game offered: that cleverness would serve you better than force, that the wasteland was a place where understanding the shape of a problem often mattered more than the size of your weapon. The Chosen One emerged from the temple changed in small ways, carrying a new awareness of what they were capable of. But the real journey had not yet begun. The Elder presented the Chosen One with the sacred map before they left. It was old, worn at the edges, carefully preserved. The map pointed westward, toward a distant place called Vault 13, the original vault from which the Vault Dweller himself had once emerged. It was believed that somewhere within that vault, or connected to the records it held, information about the Garden of Eden creation kit might still exist. And the Chosen One set out in the tribal clothing of Arroyo, caring very little, moving into a wasteland that the Fallout universe had spent years quietly building. The world outside Arroyo was enormous in the particular way that Fallout 2 was enormous, full of regions and towns and moral complications that no single playthrough could fully exhaust. There was Klamath, an early town built around the trapping of gecko lizards, a place that smelled of rendered fat and old ambition. There was the Den, a hive of slavers and addicts and desperate opportunism, a place that made no effort to hide what it was. There was Modoc, a farming settlement with strange secrets buried in its soil. There was Redding, where gold was still being pulled from the earth, and where 3 factions were quietly competing for influence. There was New Reno, glittering and corrupt, and alive with a kind of dangerous energy that the wasteland rarely produced so openly. There was Broken Hills, where humans and mutants and ghouls that lived together in a kind of fragile, complicated peace, mining uranium from the earth and arguing about what the future should look like. There was San Francisco, ancient and layered, home to remnants of old world power and the particular dignity of those who had survived on their own terms. And threading through all of it, the Chosen One moved, collecting experience and reputation and the slow accumulation of understanding that the world of Fallout 2 demanded from anyone who wanted to see its full shape. Klamath was a gentle introduction to the complicated rhythms of the wasteland. The people there lived by hunting geckos, the lizard creatures that had evolved in the radioactive wilderness into something tougher and stranger than their pre-war ancestors. Klamath had its share of problems, the way every small settlement in the wasteland did. There were Dunton brothers, cattle thieves of low ambition and lower character, who had been quietly undermining the town's economy. There was a community of Klamath natives called the Squat, struggling at the edges of town with a precariousness that spoke to how thin the margins of survival could be. There were geckos running loose through the town's lower levels, having wandered in from the wilderness and made themselves an unwelcome presence in the underground passages beneath Klamath's streets. The Chosen One could move through all of this at whatever pace felt right, helping where help was wanted, observing where observation was enough. What Klamath taught, more than any specific quest or reward, was that the wasteland was populated by people who were mostly just trying to get through another day, people with small concerns and real fears and the particular stubbornness of those who had survived this long precisely because they refused to give up. That quality, stubbornness worn smooth by years of necessity, was something the Chosen One would encounter again and again in the journey ahead. The Den was something else entirely. Arriving in the Den was like stepping from a quiet road into a room where everyone was watching the door. It was a place built on appetite, on the business of satisfying needs that the rest of the wasteland preferred not to acknowledge too openly. Slavers operated here, the organization known as the Slavers Guild, with its brand and its ledgers and its complete indifference to the human cost of its commerce. Addiction to jet, a powerful stimulant synthesized in the wasteland, had worked its way through the den's population like a slow tide, leaving behind a population of users whose days had been organized entirely around their next dose. There were orphans in the den, children who navigated the town's dangerous social geography with the expertise of those who had never known any other kind of childhood. Metzger ran the slaving operation from a building near the center of town, comfortable in his authority unhurried by conscience. The chosen one could approach the den with violence or with cunning or with the particular social intelligence that Fallout 2 had spent considerable effort building into its mechanics. A character with high speech skills could navigate the den's power structures in ways that a less articulate traveler could not. A character with enough lockpicking ability could access places that money could not buy. The den was a demonstration of something the game returned to repeatedly, that the wasteland had no single right answer, that the same problem could be approached from a dozen different directions, depending on who you had chosen to be when you left Arroyo. Somewhere in the middle of the chosen one's wandering, they would begin to hear the name spoken in quiet voices, in the tone people use when they are talking about something they are not sure how to feel about. The Enclave. At first, it was only a shadow, a name attached to rumor. Strange soldiers seen moving through the wasteland in armor that no wastelander had ever manufactured. Helicopters, enormous and impossible, cutting across the sky and leaving silence where they had passed. The Enclave was not a name that came with explanation. It arrived the way dread usually arrives, gradually, without announcement, accumulating detail until the shape of the thing became clear. What the Chosen One would eventually understand was that the Enclave was not a new threat. It was an old one, the oldest and most dangerous kind, the kind that had never really ended. The Enclave was what remained of the pre-war United States government, or at least what claimed to be that government, the people who had believed they were the rightful inheritors of whatever came after the war, the ones who had sealed themselves away in secure facilities and waited for the dust to settle, watching the wasteland build itself up from nothing, while they preserved their ideology and their power and their absolute conviction that they were superior to everything the wasteland had managed to produce. They had been there all along, quiet and patient, and now they were moving. Before the full weight of the Enclave's plan became clear, the Chosen One had other roads to walk. Modoc was one of them, a farming town that lived by its fields and its Brahmin and a careful, slightly suspicious relationship with the outside world. Modoc held one of the stranger and more affecting stories the game offered, centered on a community of humans living underground called the Slags, people who had retreated beneath the earth after the war and built their lives in the dark, away from radiation and the particular dangers of the surface world. The surface-dwelling people of Modoc did not know what the Slags were. They knew only that things sometimes vanished near the farm on the edge of town, and that the earth beyond the fence held something that could not be explained. The resolution of Modoc's central mystery, the bridge built between the surface and the underground, between the fearful and the feared, was one of the gentlest moments in Fallout 2, a story about how much violence comes from not understanding what is on the other side of a closed door. It was the kind of moment the game offered often, tucked between larger narrative movements, a reminder that survival in the wasteland was not only a physical challenge but a social one, requiring the ability to see past the instinct to treat the unknown as a threat. Redding existed in the part of the wasteland where gold still meant something, where the earth gave up its treasure for those willing to go deep enough and stay long enough and accept the particular toll that mining takes on a body over years. Redding was a town caught between three competing powers, each of them trying to secure the mining output for themselves and their larger ambitions. The new Reno families wanted Redding's gold because gold was leverage, and leverage was power, and power was the only currency the Mordino and Bishop and Salvatore and Wright families truly understood. The new California Republic wanted Reading because expansion meant legitimacy, and legitimacy meant survival for a political project still working out the mechanics of how to govern a wasteland. The Enclave, less visibly, had an interest too, one that the Chosen One would only fully understand later when all the pieces had assembled themselves into something recognizable. Reading also had Jet, which the Mordino family had introduced as a commercial strategy, a way of creating demand that could not be refused. The question of who had created Jet and whether it could be cured threaded through the Reading storyline in a way that connected to larger questions the game was quietly asking about power and dependency and the particular cruelty of those who use addiction as an instrument of control. New Reno was the city that Fallout 2 had built for those who wanted to understand what the wasteland looked like when it stopped pretending. There was no pretense in New Reno, no civic aspiration dressed up as a community, no shared project wrapped in the language of survival. New Reno was commerce and appetite and the family structures that had organized crime long before the war, transplanted into the wasteland and adapted for new conditions. The four families, the Mordinos with their jet, the Bishops with their information networks, the Salvatores with their energy weapons and their enclave connections, and the Wrights with their more straightforward brutality, had divided New Reno into territories and managed it with the calm efficiency of people who understood that violence was a tool that worked best when it was used precisely rather than constantly. The Salvatore connection to the enclave was perhaps the most significant detail New Reno held for the Chosen One's larger journey. The Salvatore family had been supplied with energy weapons that no wasteland manufacturing could produce, weapons that traced back to the Enclave's facilities. This thread, pulled carefully, would eventually lead somewhere important. But New Reno offered more than just plot advancement. It offered prize fighting and marriage and the ability to be made a full member of a crime family, and in doing so, it offered a kind of sideways view of what it meant to build a life in a world where the usual structures of legitimacy had been burned away. The city of Broken Hills was a quieter kind of remarkable. Built on uranium mining, it was home to a population that Fallout 2 treated with more complexity and care than most games of its era, extended to the subjects of prejudice and coexistence. Humans and supermutants and ghouls lived together in Broken Hills, not because they had resolved every disagreement or healed every wound, but because the mine required all of them, and the mine was what kept the community alive. There were factions within Broken Hills that wanted the humans' only solution, that believed the mutants and ghouls should be removed, that the presence of those who were different was itself the problem. There were mutants who had grown tired of justifying their existence to those who would never fully accept them. There were ghouls who had been alive long enough to remember a world before any of these categories had mattered quite so much, and who wore their weariness with a particular dignity. The Chosen One, moving through Broken Hills, found a community in negotiation with itself, trying to decide whether the thing they had built together was worth the daily effort of protecting. The answer the game suggested, quietly, without forcing it, was that it was. That coexistence, even the imperfect and complicated kind, was better than the alternative. The question of water runs through Fallout 2 in the way that water runs through drought country, quietly, urgently, as the organizing principle beneath everything else. Arroyo's crisis was fundamentally a water crisis, the land drying out and the crops thinning because the aquifer was dropping and the rains were not coming the way they once had. The Garden of Eden creation kit was among its other functions a solution to this. A piece of technology designed to restore the hydrological conditions that agriculture required, to rebuild the relationship between the soil and the water that the soil needed to be productive. The wasteland's relationship with water more broadly was complicated. Clean water was scarce everywhere, and the technologies that could produce or purify it were the basis of significant economic and political power. Vault City's water supply was one of the reasons its citizens were healthier than the surrounding population. They had access to clean water, good medical care, and the basic sanitation that prevents the diseases that kill people slowly in communities that lack them. The communities outside Vault City's walls did not have these things, which was part of why the distinction between citizen and non-citizen felt so morally loaded, where the chosen one moving through Vault City kept returning to the question of what exactly was being protected by the walls that separated the two populations. The courtyard, where the non-citizens of Vault City lived, in proximity to the prosperity they could not access, had its own quiet economy and its own social arrangements and its own dignity that the game respected without romanticizing. People were surviving there, finding ways to be useful to Vault City's economy while being excluded from its benefits, doing the work that the city needed done by people who lived outside the walls because that work was not considered worthy of citizenship. This arrangement had a name in the old world, and the game knew that, and it placed the chosen one in the middle of it without explaining what conclusions to draw, trusting the player to feel the weight of what they were seeing. The tribal customs of Arroyo, which the chosen one had grown up with, and which the village elder had kept alive through her authority and her memory, were not arbitrary. They were the distillation of the vault dweller's experience, filtered through a generation of teaching and 2 generations of practice into something that the community carried without necessarily understanding all the reasons behind it. The trial by combat, the respect for the elder's authority, the importance placed on protecting the community even at personal cost. All of this traced back to someone who had learned those values in the specific circumstances of surviving the wasteland in the years before Arroyo was founded. The chosen one was, in this sense, living inside a tradition shaped by someone else's experience, carrying habits of thought and action that had been passed to them across generations without the full context of why those habits had mattered. This was not unusual. This is how tradition works in any community. But Fallout 2 made it visible, made the relationship between the Vault Dweller's choices and the Chosen One's formation something that the player could see and think about, rather than something that simply happened in the background. Vault City was the place that made you think. Built around a working vault, Vault 15's neighbor, and a wholly different kind of survivor, Vault City had retained its pre-war technology and used it to build something genuinely impressive. A functioning, clean, prosperous community with medicine and security, and a quality of life that the surrounding wasteland could barely imagine. But Vault City had also built walls, both literal and philosophical. Citizenship was restricted. The people outside the walls, the citizen of the surrounding courtyard, lived in a kind of permanent second-class status, close enough to the comfort to see it, excluded from it, by structures as old as human civilization. Vault City had servants, which the game acknowledged, and the Vault City citizenry mostly did not discuss. The first citizen ran Vault City with the confidence of someone who had never seriously entertained the possibility that her arrangements were unjust. Moving through Vault City required the chosen one to navigate the particular discomfort of a place where prosperity had been achieved through exclusion, where the very things that made it remarkable rested on a foundation that did not bear too much examination. The new California Republic had been sending overtures to Vault City, wanting the alliance, wanting the technology. Vault City had been resisting, worried about sovereignty, about the dilution of what they had built. The negotiation between those two positions would eventually matter to the chosen one for reasons that had everything to do with the road ahead. The new California Republic itself was perhaps the most ambitious thing Fallout 2 had built. a genuine attempt at democratic governance in the wasteland. The NCR had grown out of Shady Sands, the small settlement that had been founded in the aftermath of the first Fallout's conclusion. By the time of Fallout 2, the NCR had expanded significantly, with a president and a Congress and an army, and the particular complications that come to any institution when it grows large enough that its right hand does not always know what its left hand is doing. The NCR town of Shady Sands had become a proper city, the capital of the Republic, named Shady Sands still, but transformed almost beyond recognition from its origins as a small farming community surrounded by a wooden palisade. The NCR had aspirations that the wasteland had not seen before. The idea that civilization could be rebuilt, that law could mean something again, that the experiment that had ended in fire could be attempted again, with the lessons of failure built into its architecture. Those aspirations were real, and the people who held them were genuine. But the NCR also had problems that came with scale, with ambition, with the inevitable distance between ideal and practice. It had officers who took bribes, and citizens who gamed its systems, and the ongoing question of how to deal with the peoples the Republic's expansion was displacing. The Chosen One could work with the NCR, could take its missions and carry its flag across the wasteland, or could observe it from a careful distance, respecting what it was trying to do while noticing what it was failing to prevent. The Rangers of the NCR were worth noting in their own right. They operated as a kind of elite force, moving through the wasteland in small groups, handling threats that the regular army either could not reach or preferred not to acknowledge officially. The Rangers had a code and a culture and the particular solidarity of those who have trained together for dangerous work. They represented one of the more appealing faces of what the NCR was trying to build, the idea that institutions could produce individuals of genuine quality, that the project of civilization was worth the effort because of the people it enabled. The Chosen One could interact with the Rangers in ways that opened up parts of the world that would otherwise remain closed, that provided context and mission and the satisfaction of being useful to something that was trying to do something good, even if imperfectly, even if with compromises built into its foundation. San Francisco was the city at the edge of everything, and it felt that way. Built on the ruins of the old city, it had accumulated layers of culture and influence, and the particular accumulation that comes to any place where the currents of the wasteland wash up eventually. The Shi were there, descendants of a Chinese submarine crew that had been in San Francisco Bay when the bombs fell, people who had rebuilt their culture from the fragments available to them and produced something genuinely their own, neither the old China nor the new wasteland, but something that navigated between them. The Hybologists were there as well, a group that had adopted and adapted the pre-war Church of Scientology into a post-war faith built around the idea of escaping Earth entirely, of reaching a kind of technological enlightenment that would carry the faithful away from all of this. The Hybologists had a tanker, or rather, they had access to a tanker, the PMV Valdez, a vast rusted ship sitting in the bay, and they had plans that intersected in complicated ways with the Chosen One's own need to cross the water. San Francisco also held the Navarro installation nearby, an enclave base that the Chosen One could infiltrate with the right preparation and the right disguise, a place where secrets about the enclave's plans could be gathered by those patient enough to look for them carefully. The vertibirds of the enclave were one of its most visible demonstrations of technological superiority over the wasteland. These aircraft, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, moved with a speed and freedom that no wasteland vehicle could match, crossing terrain in hours that would take days on foot or in a vehicle managing the wasteland's damaged roads. Seeing a vertibird in the sky was one of the early signals that the enclave existed and that it had resources that the wasteland's other factions could not approach. The sound of a vertibird was, for the people of the wasteland who had heard it, the sound of something powerful and unknown moving through the sky with a deliberateness that implied purpose, that implied the organization behind it knew exactly where it was going and why. The Enclave's technological advantage was not simply a matter of military power, though it was certainly that. It was a demonstration of what it looked like when the resources of an advanced pre-war organization had been preserved and developed for 200 years by people who had never had to improvise, who had always had what they needed because they had planned for it before the war and survived the war in conditions that protected those resources. The wasteland survived in the margins of what the old world had left behind. The Enclave had never had to live in those margins. Navarro itself was a base organized around the logic of security and secrecy, built to be invisible to the casual traveler and formidable to anyone who found it, with anything other than the right credentials. The soldiers stationed there were professional and competent in the way that soldiers are when they have adequate training and adequate equipment and a clear sense of the mission they are serving. Moving through Navarro as the chosen one required acquiring the right appearance, the right documentation, the right demeanor for the role being performed. The game gave the player tools for this and trusted them to use those tools with enough skill to keep the deception from collapsing. What Navarro offered in return for that skill was information, the kind of direct look at Enclave operations that was difficult to obtain from outside. Terminals in the base held data about the organization's plans, about the modified virus, about the oil rig's location, and the scale of the operation being managed from that platform above the water. The chosen one who moved carefully through Navarro left with a more complete picture of what they were facing, and with the particular satisfaction that comes from having obtained truth from an organization that would never have offered it willingly. There was also the matter of the advanced power armor, the Enclave's signature equipment, which could be acquired at Navarro by a player who moved through the base with enough care and cleverness. Wearing Enclave armor changed how the world responded to the chosen one in meaningful ways, opening doors that civilian clothing could not open, changing conversations in places where the Enclave's presence carried weight. It was also simply impressive, a piece of technology that represented everything the Enclave's resources had been able to produce when those resources were focused on the problem of protecting its soldiers in combat conditions. The armor was heavier than most wasteland equipment and more complex to maintain and more conspicuous in certain contexts. But in others, in places where power spoke the loudest language, it communicated everything that needed to be communicated without a single word being exchanged. It is here, in the accumulation of all these places and all these people, that the larger shape of Fallout 2's story begins to clarify. The Chosen One had been searching for Vault 13, the original vaults, following the map the Elder had given them through hundreds of miles of wasteland. What they eventually found at Vault 13 was not the Garden of Eden creation kit. What they found was evidence of tragedy. The Vault 13 that had sent the original Vault Dweller out into the world and then turned him away upon his return had been changed dramatically. The Vault's population had been scattered by the Enclave, taken forcibly, transported to the Enclave's oil rig for reasons that the Chosen One could not yet fully understand, but that were clearly not good. The vault had been restocked in a manner of speaking with a population of deathclaws, enormous mutant lizards of extraordinary danger, creatures that had been raised and studied by the Enclave for reasons that spoke to the organization's particular approach to the world, which was to view everything as a resource or a threat, and very little as something deserving of consideration for its own sake. The Deathclaws of Vault 13 were not simply wild animals. They were intelligent in their way, capable of communication and social organization. And they had built something in the vault's empty corridors that was its own fragile kind of community. The Chosen One could interact with them, could speak with their leader Gruthar, could learn from the Deathclaws themselves what had happened to the vault's human population. It was one of the stranger and more affecting encounters in the game, this conversation with a creature that the wasteland had taught you to fear, discovering that the creature had built something worth protecting inside the vault that fear had emptied. Vault 15 was the other vault in the region, and its story was different, less dramatic in its tragedy, more complicated in its legacy. Vault 15 had opened early, sending its population out into the wasteland before most of the other vaults, and the communities that had emerged from that early exodus had gone in very different directions. Shady Sands, which had become the NCR's capital, was one of them. The Khans, a raider gang of persistent reputation and considerable violence, were another, descended from a faction of Vault 15's population that had chosen the Wasteland's harder arithmetic. By the time of Fallout 2, Vault 15 was occupied by the new Khans, a successor organization to the original Khans, and recovering the vault for the NCR or for independent purposes required navigating that occupation with whatever combination of diplomacy and force felt appropriate. The Garden of Eden creation kit that the Chosen One needed was reportedly inside Vault 15, and indeed it was. Obtaining it required effort and patience and the particular willingness to engage with the vault's complicated history rather than simply fighting through it, but it could be done. The Chosen One could bring the Garden of Eden creation kit back to Arroyo, could return it to the Elder and restore the village and complete the task that had sent them out into the world in the first place. But there was a problem. Arroyo was gone. This moment, when the Chosen One returns to find Arroyo emptied, is one of the most quietly devastating turns in Fallout 2's story. The village that had sent the Chosen One out into the world had been visited by the same force that had emptied Vault 13. The Enclave had come to Arroyo, had taken its people, had removed them with the clinical efficiency of an organization that had made up its mind about what it needed and saw no reason to negotiate. The Elder was gone. The village's defenders were gone. The place that had been home, the beginning of everything, stood empty in the way that only places stand empty when the people who gave them meaning have been taken all at once. The Chosen One, returning with the device that was supposed to save Arroyo, found instead the shape of what saving Arroyo would actually require. It would require going to the Enclave. It would require going to the oil rig. Understanding what the Enclave intended to do with the people of Arroyo and the survivors of Vault 13 requires understanding the Enclave's larger plan, a plan that the organization's president, a man named Dick Richardson, had inherited from his father and refined into something almost elegant in its horrifying logic. The Enclave believed that the people of the Wasteland, the billions of survivors and their descendants who had rebuilt their lives from the rubble of civilization, were not really human anymore. 2 centuries of radiation exposure had introduced mutations, subtle and otherwise, into the human gene pool. The Enclave, sealed away in its facilities, had preserved what it believed to be pure human genetics, uncontaminated by the Wasteland's radioactive legacy. And the Enclave's plan, the project that President Richardson spoke of with the quiet conviction of someone who had grown up believing it, was to release a modified strain of the forced evolutionary virus into the jet stream, a version engineered to target and kill anyone carrying the mutations that 200 years of radiation had introduced into the Wasteland's human population. Everyone, every person in every town and village and settlement and wandering group across the entire continent. Everyone except the Enclave. A cleansing, Richardson called it, with the serene confidence of someone who had never seriously imagined that what he was describing might be wrong, that the billions of people living their difficult and determined lives in the ruins of the old world might have a claim to the future that superseded his organization's ideological conviction that they did not count as truly human anymore. Frank Horrigan was the instrument through which the Enclave expressed the parts of its philosophy that required physical force. He had been an Enclave soldier, large even by the standards of large soldiers, possessed of the particular combination of loyalty and limited complexity that makes certain people extraordinarily effective at following orders and very little else. The Enclave had experimented on Horrigan, exposed him to a modified version of the forced evolutionary virus, and then sealed him into a suit of custom fabricated power armor that had become over time less something he wore and more something he inhabited, less equipment and more an extension of the organism that the Enclave's interventions had produced. Horrigan moved through the wasteland on the Enclave's business, which was mostly the business of removing obstacles, of eliminating anything that might interfere with the organization's plans. He had a handler, a woman named Dr. Curling, who accompanied him and managed the interface between Horrigan's particular form of intelligence and the world's requirement for communication. Horrigan had crossed paths with the Chosen One before the oil rig, in ways that the game placed deliberately, building the awareness of this presence before the final confrontation. He was not a character you forgot. He was the kind of presence that the wasteland produced occasionally, an instrument of violence so refined that it had become something almost abstract, the physical expression of an ideology that had decided force was the answer to every question worth asking. Getting to the oil rig required a ship. The Poseidon oil tanker, the PMV Valdez, sat in San Francisco Bay and had been sitting there long enough that it had accumulated its own small ecosystem of people and problems. The hubologists wanted to use it for their own purposes, their ambition of transcendence, requiring a vessel that could cross the water to the launch facility they believed would carry them beyond the reach of the wasteland forever. The tanker's captain, a man named Kitsune, had been living aboard long enough to have opinions about everyone who came looking at the ship with plans in their eyes. Getting the tanker functional required fuel, required a functioning navigation system, required dealing with the problems that accumulated in any vessel that had sat unused for long enough. The Chosen One worked through the tanker's complications, addressed what needed addressing, and eventually stood at the railing as the PMV Valdez moved out of San Francisco Bay and into the open water of the Pacific. The oil rig was visible on the horizon, a platform of lights above the dark water, and the enormity of what came next settled over the moment the way night settles over the wasteland, gradually, without announcement, until suddenly it was all there was. The Enclave's oil rig was a place designed to express certainty. Everything about it spoke to an organization that had never seriously entertained doubt, that had built its home in a way that left no room for the question of whether its convictions might be wrong. The soldiers were in their armor. The scientists were in their laboratories. The president was in his office behind his desk, carrying the weight of what he believed was history with the calm of someone who had been raised to think of history as something that happened according to plan. The Chosen One moved through the oil rig in the way that Fallout 2 had trained them to move through everything, carefully, attentively, with the understanding that the world responds differently depending on how you approach it. President Richardson could be met, could be spoken to. He was not a man who hid from conversation. He believed in what he was doing, believed it with the particular conviction of someone who had been told since childhood that the plan was correct and that the only question was execution. He explained it in the way that people who believe in a plan often do, with the assumption that understanding it would produce agreement, that the logic was obvious enough, that sharing it was the same as persuading. He was wrong about that, but he was correct that the plan was almost ready. The prisoners from Arroyo and Vault 13 were being held on the oil rig. The Chosen One had not only to stop the Enclave's plan, but to find the people who had been taken from the village that had sent them into the world, the elder who had trusted them with the map and the mission and the weight of what the Vault Dweller's legacy meant for the people of Arroyo. Finding them, freeing them, doing this without triggering the kind of response from the facility's security systems that would make rescue impossible. This was the work of the oil rig's interior sections, movement through a place that had been built for efficiency and control, navigating between those qualities without being caught by either. The presidential access key, obtained from Richardson himself or from the circumstances surrounding that conversation, was essential. It controlled the facility's turrets, could redirect their fire, could turn the Enclave's own defensive architecture into something the Chosen One could use. The key was the kind of detail that Fallout 2 placed with care, the kind of solution that rewarded players who paid attention to how the world worked, rather than simply pushing through it, with the assumption that force was always the right answer. The reactor was there. The oil rig ran on it, depended on it the way any large installation depends on the thing that keeps its lights on and its systems operating. Overloading a reactor of that scale was not a subtle solution, but it was a final one. The Chosen One initiated the process that would end the Enclave's presence on the oil rig and everything it was preparing to do to the wasteland's population, then turned toward the path out, toward the people who needed to reach the ship, toward the water and the light on the other side of the door. What stood between the Chosen One and that door was Frank Horrigan. The confrontation with Horrigan was the confrontation that the whole game had been building toward, though not in the way that most final confrontations in games are constructed. Horrigan was not simply a boss to be defeated through the application of sufficient force, though force was certainly part of it. He was the culmination of everything the Enclave represented, the end point of an ideology that had turned a human being into something that served the ideology's purposes so completely that the human being had been functionally replaced by the function. Fighting Horrigan alone was possible for certain character builds, possible for players who had spent their time in the wasteland, developing the particular skills that applied in that moment. But Fallout 2 had placed other options in the oil rig as well. The Enclave soldiers, who had been quietly dissatisfied with the direction things were heading, could be turned, could be convinced to fire on Horrigan rather than alongside him, could be brought into the moment as reluctant allies whose dissatisfaction had been waiting for a reason to express itself. The turrets, controlled through the presidential access key, could be added to that calculation. Horrigan, even at his most terrible, even with everything the Enclave's experiments had made him, could be brought down. He could not be talked out of the confrontation, could not be reasoned with or redirected or offered an alternative. Some doors only open one way, but he could be defeated, and his defeat, the moment when the instrument of the Enclave's philosophy was finally stilled, was one of the most cathartic moments the game offered. And then he said what he said in the final moments of the oil rig before the reactor's countdown reached its conclusion, the words that acknowledged defeat without conceding meaning, the loyalty to a cause that had used him completely. The escape from the oil rig was the kind of moment that stories sometimes earn after spending enough time in the dark. The Chosen One moved back through the facility with the freed prisoners from Arroyo and Vault 13, through corridors that were beginning to respond to what the overloaded reactor was preparing to do, reaching the ship as the oil rig began to express in structural terms the consequences of what had been set in motion. Standing at the railing of the PMV Valdez, watching the oil rig burn and then collapse and then disappear beneath the water, the Chosen One stood in the particular silence that follows the end of something enormous, the silence that is not empty but full, full of everything that had led to that moment and everything that moment made possible. The enclave was gone. Not entirely, not forever. The wasteland never permits that kind of clean resolution, but the specific threat, the specific plan, the specific instrument of that plan that had emptied Arroyo and silenced Vault 13, all of that was gone. The ending slides of Fallout 2 told the rest, in the calm documentary style that the game had borrowed from its predecessor and used to trace the long consequences of the Chosen One's journey through the wasteland. Arroyo would be rebuilt. The Elder would oversee the use of the Garden of Eden creation kit, and the land around the village would slowly respond to what the device did for soil and water, would begin to come back to something that could sustain life through seasons and drought and the patient work of those who stayed to tend it. The people of the Vault 13 survivors, reunited with their underground home or making new lives in the wasteland, would carry forward what they had managed to preserve. The new California Republic would continue its complicated and ambitious project of building governance from the ruins, incorporating the lessons of the Enclave's defeat into its political memory, understanding perhaps a little better than before what it meant to have enemies who believed so completely in their own righteousness that they could not see what that righteousness was doing to the world around them. The various factions and communities and individuals that the Chosen One had touched through the long journey across the wasteland would follow their own trajectories, some toward better outcomes and some toward worse ones, in the way that real consequences always distribute themselves unevenly across the people they touch. What made Fallout 2's story remarkable was not any single element, but the relationship between the elements. The way the large and the small were held in a single narrative frame without either diminishing the other. The threat the Enclave posed was genuinely vast. The plan to kill every mutated human on the continent was as large a catastrophe as a story can contain without losing its emotional legibility. And yet the story remained anchored throughout in the specific and the personal, in the village that the Chosen One had come from, and the Elder who had sent them out, and the map that had started everything. The Garden of Eden creation kit, the object of the original quest, was both a piece of technology and a symbol of something larger. The idea that what was broken could be repaired, that the land that had been destroyed could be made fertile again, that the project of recovery was not finished just because survival had been achieved. Arroyo had been surviving. The Garden of Eden creation kit would allow it to thrive. There is a difference, and Fallout 2 understood it. The game's use of Ron Perlman's narration in the ending slides was an inheritance from the first Fallout, a framing device that had immediately become one of the most recognized elements of the series' identity. Perlman's voice carried a particular quality, a measured gravity that suited the material perfectly, that could hold the weight of civilizational catastrophe and personal consequence simultaneously without either collapsing under the other. The ending slides for Fallout 2 covered a wide range of the game's locations and factions, offering brief accounts of what happened to each of them in the years following the Enclave's defeat, acknowledging the web of causality that the Chosen One's journey had created without trying to resolve every thread into a single, neat conclusion. Some communities did well, some struggled, some declined despite the improvement in the wasteland's overall circumstances. This was not pessimism, but accuracy, the recognition that changing one large thing does not automatically fix every smaller thing, that the world is too large and too complicated to be saved entirely by any single act, however significant. The endings were honest in this way, and the honesty was part of what made them memorable. The forced evolutionary virus itself had a history within the Fallout universe that extended back before Fallout 2, that connected the Enclave's plan to a longer arc of pre-war government experimentation with biological enhancement. The FEV had been developed at research facilities like Mariposa Military Base, where the master of the first game had encountered it and used it to create his army of super mutants. The Enclave's interest in the FEV was different from the master's, where the master had intended to use it to transform humanity into something he believed was more capable of surviving the wasteland. The Enclave intended to use it as a selective extinction event, a biological filter that would remove from the population everyone who did not meet its criteria for genetic purity. The difference in intent was the difference between a misguided vision of improvement and a clear-eyed program of elimination, and Fallout 2 was careful to draw that distinction, to make the Enclave's plan legible as something the history of the real world recognized and named. The super mutants of the wasteland in Fallout 2's era were in a complicated position. The Master's army had been defeated in the first game, and the super mutants who survived that defeat were scattered across the wasteland, no longer organized around a central vision, no longer the existential threat they had represented. Some of them had built communities, like Marcus in Broken Hills, finding roles in the wasteland's social fabric that were uncomfortable fits in many places, but genuine ones in others. Some had grown violent and aimless, becoming raiders of a different scale, their physical capabilities making them difficult opponents without the organizing purpose that had once given those capabilities direction. Marcus himself was one of the most interesting characters in Fallout 2 precisely because his history was so long, because he had been alive for so much of the wasteland's post-war history that his perspective encompassed things that other characters could only read about in old terminals. He had been human once, before the FIV. He remembered that, in the way that long memory sometimes allows you to remember being a different version of yourself, with more distance than pain. He had built something in Broken Hills that he was proud of and protective of, something that demonstrated what was possible when communities decided that their differences were worth managing rather than worth fighting about. The den had a figure worth noting separately from the general atmosphere of the place, a woman named Mom, who ran a diner that was the closest thing the den had to a civic institution, a place that provided food to the orphans who navigated the town's dangerous social landscape. Mom was pragmatic about the world she operated in, about the presence of slavers and addicts in the community she was part of, about the limits of what one person's effort could accomplish in a place where the systems worked against the vulnerable. She was not naive about any of it. But she maintained the diner and fed the children who came to her door and refused to pretend that the den was a better place than it was, while also refusing to stop trying to make it slightly less bad. She was one of the small characters in Fallout 2 who carried a specific kind of moral weight, the weight of a person who has decided that the gap between the world as it is and the world as it should be is not a reason to stop trying, but a description of the work that needs doing. Becky ran the casino in the den, and the casino was where the den's economy crystallized most visibly. The exchange of caps for the hope of more caps, the wasteland's version of an industry built on the mathematics of chance and the psychology of not quite losing. Becky herself was savvy about this, had made the casino work in conditions that made most businesses precarious, had built something that endured because it offered something people wanted badly enough to keep coming back for even when the odds were against them. The chosen one could interact with Becky as a customer or as something more complicated, could learn from the transactions of the casino something about how the den organized its own version of prosperity. The casino was also a place where information moved, where the conversations that happened over gambling tables sometimes revealed more than the speakers intended, where a player character with enough perception and enough social skill could learn things that were not being offered directly. Metzger, the slaver leader, was one of the game's clearer moral reference points. a person whose business was the dehumanization of others, and who had organized that business with the efficiency and comfort of someone who had never found a reason to feel differently about it. Taking down Metzger's operation, freeing his slaves, confronting the specific machinery of the slave trade in the den, this was one of the ways the Chosen One could move through the wasteland in a direction that reduced the amount of harm being done in a particular place, though it did not reduce it everywhere, and the Slavers' Guild continued to exist as an organization regardless of what happened to Metzger's specific operation. This was another of the wasteland's honest lessons, that solving one local problem did not eliminate the larger problem, that the Slavers' Guild's presence in the wasteland was something larger than any single encampment or leader, that the systems that produced suffering were resilient in ways that required more than individual acts to address. The character of the Chosen One was interesting precisely because of the inheritance they carried without having asked for it. They were the grandchild of the Vault Dweller, the person who had saved the world once already, and they were being sent to save it again, carrying a legacy they had not made and could not refuse. The game allowed the player to bring whatever qualities they chose to that inheritance. A character of great intelligence who talked their way through the wasteland's complications. A character of great strength who solved problems more directly. A character of great agility who moved through situations that others could not navigate. The Chosen One was a vessel for the player's choices, but the vessel itself had meaning, had a history that shaped what the journey was about even as the player determined how that journey unfolded moment by moment. The tribal beginning, the temple, the elders' steady eyes, all of it was context that made every subsequent choice feel like it was happening to someone specific, not just a generic protagonist filling the story's requirements. The Enclave's president, Dick Richardson, was not a villain in the simple sense. He was something more unsettling, a person who had inherited a plan along with a title, who believed in the plan because the people who had shaped him believed in it, who had grown up inside an ideology so completely that its premises had become invisible to him, had become the water he swam in rather than a set of ideas he had chosen. He was what happens when certainty is passed down through generations without ever being seriously tested against the reality it claims to describe. The plan to release the modified virus was, in Richardson's framework, an act of care, a way of protecting what he believed to be true humanity from the contamination of 2 centuries of radiation. That this would kill billions of people who had done nothing wrong except survive, who had built communities and raised children and carried forward the project of civilization in conditions that the Enclave had never had to face. This did not register for Richardson as a moral failure because the people who would die had been pre-categorized in a way that removed them from the category of those whose deaths required justification. This was the logic of the Enclave, and it was the logic of every historical program of cleansing that the old world had ever produced. And Fallout 2 knew that, and it named it in the terms it deserved. The death clause of Vault 13 remained one of the game's most quietly radical choices. In the Wasteland's established vocabulary, death claws were apex predators, creatures of extraordinary danger that the player encountered in the early game as existential threats and learned to navigate around or through with appropriate caution and preparation, making them inhabitants of Vault 13, giving them a leader named Gruther who could be spoken to and reasoned with, who had organized his community with the same basic impulse toward survival and protection that organized every other community in the wasteland. This recontextualized the creatures in a way that the game's combat systems alone could not have accomplished. The Chosen One could speak with Gruthar, could learn from him what the Enclave had done to Vault 13's original population, could understand the Vault's current occupants, not as a threat to be neutralized, but as another community among the many communities the Wasteland contained, each of them navigating the long aftermath of the war with whatever resources and relationships and convictions they had managed to hold on to. The Enclave would come for the death claws of Vault 13 too, eventually. The game was clear about this. The Enclave's plan did not make exceptions for intelligence or community or the particular dignity of those who had built a life inside the ruins. The NCR's military presence throughout the wasteland was something the Chosen One encountered in pieces before encountering it whole. Soldiers at checkpoints and rangers moving through territories, and the quiet organization of supply lines that kept the Republic's distant outposts connected to the capital. The NCR's relationship with Vault City was a particular point of tension, a negotiation between two very different visions of what reconstruction should look like. Vault City believed in vertical progress, in using what technology survived to build upward and inward, protecting what had been preserved. The NCR believed in horizontal expansion, in bringing more territory and more people under the umbrella of shared governance, in the theory that safety came from scale. Neither was entirely wrong. Neither was entirely right. The Chosen One moved between them with the particular freedom of someone who had not yet committed to either vision, who could see what each offered and what each cost, who could be useful to both without being defined by either. The Brahmin ranching culture that sustained much of the NCR's agricultural economy was something the Chosen One encountered in smaller towns and at roadside camps and in the general background noise of a republic that ran, in significant part, on the protein that two-headed cattle provided. Brahmin were the wasteland's most practical animal, suited by mutation to conditions that pre-war cattle would not have survived, producers of milk and meat and the leather that equipped the NCR's citizens and soldiers. The Brahmin drives that moved animals from grazing territory to market towns were economic arteries, and the people who worked them carried the practical knowledge of a life spent outdoors in the wasteland's particular weather, which could move from pleasant to lethal in the time it took to read the sky wrong. Raider attacks on Brahmin drives were a constant problem, and the NCR's rangers spent considerable effort on patrols that kept the drives moving and the raiders at a distance they could manage. The Chosen One could assist with this work, could join a drive and see the wasteland at a different pace, at the walking pace of animals and the people responsible for them, which was a different kind of knowing than the knowing that came from moving through places quickly with a destination in mind. The ghouls of the wasteland occupied a position in Fallout 2's social geography that the game explored with more nuance than most of its contemporaries were attempting. Ghouls were humans who had survived massive radiation exposure. Their bodies changed in ways that extended their lifespans dramatically, while altering their appearance into something that many non-ghouls found difficult to see past. The prejudice against ghouls was documented throughout the wasteland, in the conversation of NPCs and in the signs outside certain settlements that made the exclusion explicit, and in the particular wariness that ghouls often carried, the awareness that the world was full of people who would make assumptions about them before they said a word. Broken Hills was one of the few places where this calculus was different, where ghouls and mutants and humans had worked out a version of coexistence that was imperfect and sometimes contentious, but fundamentally preferable to the alternative. The Chosen One navigating Broken Hills had the opportunity to see what that coexistence required in daily practice: patience, the willingness to have conversations that were uncomfortable, the recognition that the community's survival depended on the participation of all its members, regardless of how those members looked. The Chosen One's reputation moved ahead of them as they traveled, in the way that reputations travel in communities connected by trade and gossip, and the particular speed of information that moves through the wasteland on the backs of traders and travelers. Being known as someone who had done a thing solved a problem, helped a person, or refused to help them, aligned with a faction, or declined the alignment. All of this shaped how new people encountered the Chosen One before any words were exchanged. High karma opened some doors and closed others. Alignment with the NCR, or with New Reno's families, or with the Slavers Guild, produced reactions across the wasteland that tracked the reputation rather than just the current interaction. This system, which Fallout 2 had inherited and refined from the first game, was one of the ways the game made the world feel like it remembered you, like the choices you made in one place had consequences in other places, like the wasteland was a network of relationships rather than a series of disconnected encounters. Moving through a world that tracked what you had done was different from moving through a world that forgot you between locations. It created the sense of a continuous self making choices that accumulated into a life. The side quests of Fallout 2 deserve their own moment of recognition because they are part of what the main story felt like, part of the texture of the world that made the central narrative feel embedded in something real rather than suspended in the abstract. The prize-fighting circuit in New Reno was a minor classic, a series of progressively more challenging bouts that allowed a player to build a reputation in a city that respected strength and nothing else with quite the same enthusiasm. Becoming a made member of one of New Reno's crime families opened up parts of the city and parts of the economy that were otherwise inaccessible, and the specific family the Chosen One aligned with had consequences that rippled through the rest of the game in ways that rewarded careful thought about which allegiances to accept. The quest to find and bring down the man responsible for introducing Jet to Redding connected the personal suffering of addiction to the commercial logic of those who profited from it, and resolving it required the kind of investigation that moved across several of the game's locations, gathering information from people who had different pieces of the same story. These were not filler. They were the world filling itself in, offering the Chosen One reasons to care about the places they were passing through beyond their instrumental value to the main quest. The relationship between Fallout 2 and its predecessor was one of genuine conversation. The original Fallout had established the world, had set out its terms and its tone and its particular approach to the question of what humanity might look like after 200 years of trying to survive in the ruins of everything it had built. Fallout 2 took those terms and expanded them, pushed the camera back to show more of the wasteland, added more factions and more complications, and more moral ambiguity to the questions the first game had raised. The Vault Dweller's story, which had ended in exile, became the foundation on which the second game built its starting point. The legacy of the first game was not forgotten, but transformed, carried forward in the traditions of Arroyo, in the tribal customs that the Vault Dweller had passed to the community he founded, in the map that found its way to the Elder, and from the Elder to the Chosen One. The games were in dialogue with each other in a way that enriched both, that made the second game's story feel like it was part of something larger than any single story could contain. One of the quieter threads in that conversation between the two games was the question of what exile means, and what it costs. The Vault Dweller had been exiled from Vault 13, sent away from the community he had saved because the community was afraid of the power that saving them had required him to develop. This was not cruelty on the part of Vault 13's overseer exactly, or not only cruelty, it was fear, the kind of institutional fear that organizations develop when they encounter something that does not fit the category system they have built to manage the world. The Vault Dweller was no longer the person the Vault had produced. The journey had made him something different, and the Vault's equilibrium, the careful social balance that a sealed community of 300 people needed to maintain in order to function, could not easily absorb someone who had become what the Vault Dweller had become. The exile was wrong. The cost of it was enormous, was a person's connection to everyone they had loved and grown up alongside. But it was not incomprehensible, and Fallout 2 was generous enough to let the complexity of that moment exist without reducing it to a simple villain. The Vault Dweller's journals, which the Chosen One could find and read during their time in Arroyo and its surrounding area, offered one of the most intimate looks at the interior life of someone carrying an enormous weight. Written in the voice of someone trying to make sense of what had happened to them, trying to find the words for the experience of saving the world and losing home in the same motion, the journals gave the Vault Dweller a particularity and a depth that a founding myth usually dissolves in the process of becoming mythic. He was not only an ancestor and a legend, he was a person who had been tired and uncertain, and who had made decisions without knowing whether they were right, who had built a community in the wilderness because the alternative was a solitude that the wasteland made genuinely dangerous. Reading the journals as the Chosen One was one of the gentler and more affecting experiences Fallout 2 offered, a moment of connection across generations, the descendant coming to know the ancestor not through the smoothed-over version that tradition preserves, but through the raw texture of what the ancestor actually recorded in the moments after the events took place. The She of San Francisco deserved their own careful attention as one of the more fully realized cultures in the game's enormous cast. They had maintained a connection to pre-war Chinese military technology and to the scientific tradition that had accompanied the submarine crew in the bay when the bombs fell. And in the 200 years since, they had developed that connection into something distinctively their own, neither the old military culture nor a simple wasteland survivalism, but a synthesis shaped by the specific conditions of San Francisco's ruins and the specific history of who they had been and who they had decided to become. The Emperor of the Shy was one of Fallout 2's more understated revelations, the moment when the Chosen One with the right combination of skills and the right approach to the right conversation discovered that the Emperor was not a person, but a computer system, the accumulated decision-making architecture of 2 centuries of collective governance, preserved and elaborated in machine form. This was played with a lightness that the game was capable of when it was in the right register, not played for horror, but for the quiet absurdity of discovering that what you thought was a throne room is actually a server room, that the figure of authority was never a person at all. And yet the She's governance had functioned. The community had survived. Whatever the Emperor was, the system had worked, and the game was content to let that strange fact sit without a lecture attached to it. The relationship between the Chosen One and Myron, the young chemist who had developed Jet, was one of the more morally complicated companion dynamics the game offered. Myron was brilliant in the specific way that certain kinds of intelligence are brilliant, with a facility for chemistry and a genuine talent for solving the technical problems that drug synthesis presented, and with an almost complete inability to connect that intelligence to any consideration of what his inventions were doing to the people who used them. He had created Jet for the Mordino family as a commercial product, had optimized it for the addictive properties that made it economically valuable, and had done all of this with the engaged attention of someone solving an interesting problem, without the moral weight of the problem touching him in any way that felt real. Bringing Myron along on the journey was a choice that reflected something about the Chosen One's own relationship to expediency, a decision to use a tool that worked without worrying too much about the tool's own character. Myron occasionally provided context and knowledge that was genuinely useful. He also occasionally said things that reminded the player why he was not someone they were rooting for, and the gap between his usefulness and his character was one of the ways Fallout 2 made companion relationships more interesting than simple loyalty tests. Cassidy's health problems were a detail that the game wove quietly into his companion arc, the kind of detail that could be overlooked, but that added specific weight to the relationship between the Chosen One and this particular companion. Cassidy had a heart condition, something inherited and imperfectly understood, that meant certain chemical enhancers that other companions could use without consequence carried real risk for him. This was not dramatized or made the center of his character, just noted, just present, just the kind of specific physical reality that makes a fictional person feel more like a person and less like a role. Cassidy had opinions about the NCOR that were sharper and more personal than most of his surface presentation suggested, rooted in a history with the Republic that he carried the way people carry complicated histories with institutions they once believed in, with something between grief and irritation that had settled into a kind of dry acceptance. He was a good companion in the ways that mattered, competent, reliable, honest about his limitations. He was not simple, and the game made no effort to make him simple. The geography of Fallout 2's Wasteland was itself a character in the story, and the game's presentation of that geography, the vast distances between settlements, the ruined infrastructure connecting them, the particular quality of the landscape in different regions, did work that no amount of dialogue could have done alone. Moving from the green and sheltered valleys around Arroyo to the dusty open ground of the Central Valley, from there to the urban ruins of Redding's mining district, from there to the organized streets of Vault City and the neon brightness of New Reno, each region had a visual identity that told you something about what had survived the war in that particular place, and what had been lost, and what had been built since. The games of this era could not render these environments with the resolution that later games would achieve, but they communicated the essential quality of each place clearly, the things that made each settlement what it was and not something else. Klamath felt like a trading post at the edge of wilderness. The Den felt like a place where civilization had tried and given up halfway through. Vault City felt like a fortress that had convinced itself it was a community. New Reno felt like a city that had skipped several steps in the process of becoming a city and ended up somewhere unusual as a result. San Francisco felt like the edge of the map, the last place before the ocean and the unknown it contained. The Chosen One's optional ability to take on certain professions and social roles during the course of the game was one of the features that made Fallout 2 feel genuinely expansive in ways that the main quest alone could not have produced. Becoming a prize fighter in New Reno meant engaging with a circuit of increasingly difficult matches, building a reputation in the sport that had its own social weight in a city where reputation was currency. Becoming a pornographic film actor, an option the game offered without requiring it, was one of the more deliberately absurd paths the game made available, a piece of the wasteland's dark humor that sat alongside the genuine moral weight of its serious content without undermining it, because the game was confident enough in both registers to hold them simultaneously. Becoming a made member of one of the four families meant taking on the family's priorities and the family's protection and the family's history of conflict with the other three, becoming embedded in New Reno's social fabric in ways that persisted through the rest of the game. These were not shortcuts or diversions. They were ways of being in the world, of building a version of the Chosen One that was specific to the choices made and the roles accepted, that made the playthrough feel like it had happened to someone rather than simply been navigated by a player. The music of Fallout 2 deserves its own moments in any serious consideration of what the game accomplished. Mark Morgan's score for the original Fallout had established a sonic identity for the series, a combination of ambient electronic textures and eerie melodic fragments that created an atmosphere unlike anything else in the games of its era. Fallout 2 continued and expanded that work, adapting the musical palette to the new locations and the new emotional registers of the second game's story. The music of the Wasteland was not background noise. It was part of the world building, part of what made each location feel distinct, part of what communicated the emotional weight of the moments that carried the story's most important turns. The ambient tracks that played in the quieter regions of the game had a quality of loneliness to them, a sense of vast spaces and thin human presence that reinforced the feeling of a civilization attempting to rebuild itself in the ruins of something much larger than anything it had yet managed to produce. The more active tracks that played in combat or in the more dangerous regions had a different quality, a tension that matched the specific nature of the threat without overwhelming the atmospheric consistency that the score maintained throughout. This was score composition in service of world building, not score composition in service of excitement, and the distinction mattered. The character creation system of Fallout 2 expanded from the first game's already considerable framework was the mechanism through which the player's relationship to the story was established before the story began. The 7 special statistics, strength and perception, and endurance, and charisma, and intelligence, and agility, and luck, were not just numbers applied to a character sheet. They were a description of who the chosen one was going to be, what relationship they would have with the world, which doors would open for them and which would remain closed. A chosen one, with very high intelligence, would have access to dialogue options and problem-solving approaches that a less intelligent character could not use, and the game was not subtle about this, letting the difference in what was available be felt as a difference in experience rather than just a difference in number. A chosen one with very high charisma would find certain social situations navigable that would be confrontational for a less compelling character. A chosen one with very high strength could solve certain problems by force that would require patience and cleverness from a physically weaker character. The system rewarded all of these approaches, offering the full richness of the game to characters built along different principles, without suggesting that any single approach was the correct one. This was game design philosophy expressing itself as story philosophy, the idea that there was no single right way to be in the world, only the way that emerged from the specific person you were. The writing of Fallout 2 was notable for what it trusted the player to understand without explicit instruction. The Enclave's ideology was never fully explained in any single conversation, never laid out as an argument that the game then refuted. It was instead revealed through accumulation, through the pieces of the world that connected to each other once the pattern became visible. The Salvatore family's energy weapons pointed toward the Enclave. The Navarro base, with its soldiers and its technology and its particular quality of waiting, pointed toward the Enclave. President Richardson's calm certainty pointed toward an organization that had been developing its plan for a very long time and saw no reason to hurry now. The player assembled the picture gradually, the way understanding usually assembles itself, not all at once, but through the patient accumulation of detail that eventually reaches a critical mass and resolves into clarity. This approach demanded something from the player that games did not always demanded attention and memory and the willingness to hold incomplete understanding for as long as necessary until the complete picture became available. The Chosen One's tribal identity was important in ways that the early part of the game established carefully. Arriving in the wasteland wearing tribal clothing, with the skills and knowledge of someone who had grown up in Arroyo rather than in a vault or a city, created a particular relationship with the world that a different origin would not have produced. The Chosen One was an outsider to the wasteland's established power structures, someone who had to learn them rather than inheriting fluency in their terms. This made the journey of discovery feel authentic, made the accumulation of knowledge feel earned rather than given. By the time the Chosen One reached San Francisco, or Navarro, or the oil rig itself, they had become someone different from the person who had walked out of Arroyo at the beginning, shaped by every encounter and every choice and every relationship built across the long distance between the village and the ocean. The game kept track of this in the reputation systems and the faction relationships and the way that NPCs responded to a chosen one who had made themselves known across the wasteland's various communities. The Garden of Eden creation kit, the object of the quest, was perhaps the most quietly hopeful thing in Fallout 2's story. It was a piece of old-world technology, yes, designed and manufactured before the war by the same civilization that had ultimately chosen to end itself in nuclear fire. But its purpose was restoration rather than destruction, the recovery of what the land had lost rather than the imposition of new damage on top of old. That the Chosen One's quest was organized around recovering this object, around returning to their community the means of making the land livable again, gave the journey a direction that was oriented toward life rather than just survival. Many Fallout stories are about enduring the wasteland, about managing its dangers and navigating its moral complexity and staying alive in conditions that make staying alive difficult. Fallout 2 was about that too, but it was also about something that looked further forward than endurance, the possibility of recovery, of the land remembering what it had been capable of before the war, of a community planting something in restored soil with the expectation that it would grow. The companions available to the Chosen One in Fallout 2 each brought their own histories and their own perspectives to the journey, which the game reflected in the way they commented on what was happening around them and the specific ways their skills contributed to whatever situation they found themselves in. Sulik, the tribal warrior from Klamath, brought a directness and a loyalty that made him one of the most beloved companions in the classic Fallout games, a character whose backstory connected to the Dutton brothers and the slave trade in ways that made his personal history relevant to the journey's larger themes. Cassidy, the aging caravan guard who joined up in Vault City, brought a pragmatic competence and a quietly complicated relationship with the NCR that added texture to the game's political landscape. Marcus, the super mutant sheriff of Broken Hills, brought a perspective shaped by centuries of wasteland experience and the particular wisdom of someone who had been alive long enough to have watched the wasteland build itself from nothing, someone who had made peace with complexity in a way that made him genuinely different from most of the characters the Chosen One encountered. Myron, the young chemist who had created Jet and lived in the Mordino family's service, was a more difficult companion, brilliant and immoral in the way that certain kinds of intelligence become when they have never been connected to empathy, a character the game placed carefully to make the player think about what exactly they were bringing along on the journey. Vic the trader, recovered from the hold of the slavers in the den, brought humor and mechanical skill and a relationship to the radio that would eventually matter more than it appeared to when he first joined up. There is a particular quality to the silence that settles over a story when everything that needed to happen has happened. It is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of completion, of a shape fulfilled. Fallout 2 earned that silence through the long accumulation of its journey, through the careful attention it paid to its world and its characters, and the moral questions it refused to simplify. The Enclave's plan was stopped. The people of Arroyo were freed. The Garden of Eden creation kit was used for the purpose it was meant to serve. The wasteland continued to exist, complicated and difficult, and full of the particular problems that 2 centuries of radiation and violence and desperate improvisation had produced. The New California Republic continued its project. The factions of New Reno continued their negotiations. The people of Broken Hills continued their complicated coexistence. The Deathclaws of Vault 13 faced whatever came next for them in the long aftermath of the Enclave's defeat. None of these stories ended. The wasteland does not offer endings in that sense, only continuations, only the ongoing project of living in a world that is not finished changing. But the Chosen One's story had a shape, had a beginning in Arroyo, and an end above the Pacific, and in that shape was something that felt like meaning. The influence of Fallout 2 on everything that came after it in the series is a topic that fans have turned over carefully for decades, examining the ways in which the game's choices echoed forward into Fallout 3 and New Vegas and 4 and beyond. The Enclave appeared again. It's in Fallout 3, operating out of Raven Rock and still pursuing the general project of believing themselves to be humanity's rightful rulers and everyone else a problem to be managed. The NCR appeared in New Vegas, significantly expanded, dealing now with the complications of having grown into a genuine regional power and the question of what that power should do when it encountered something it could not simply incorporate. The themes that Fallout 2 had introduced, the questions about what made someone human, about what legitimate authority looked like in a world where the old authority had destroyed everything, about the relationship between survival and the project of building something worth surviving for. These questions were taken up again and again by the games that followed, refined and complicated in different ways, but never fully resolved because they are the kind of questions that do not resolve, only deepen with each new generation that has to answer them for itself. The legacy of the Vault Dweller, who became the founding story of Arroyo, who became the context into which the Chosen One was born, is perhaps the most quietly moving thread in Fallout 2's narrative. Here was a person who had done everything right by any reasonable measure, had saved the world from the Master's army, had returned home changed by the effort, and had been rejected by the community they had saved, sent out into the wasteland to build a new life from the beginning. The Vault Dweller had done it, had found a place and built a community and raised a family and passed down whatever wisdom the journey had produced, filtered through the particular way that wisdom gets filtered when it passes through the experience of one person and becomes the tradition of a community. Arroyo carried that wisdom imperfectly, the way all communities carry their foundational stories imperfectly, preserving the shape of what happened while losing some of the texture of what it felt like. The Chosen One descended from the Vault Dweller, carrying forward the legacy without having been told its full weight, arrived at the end of their own journey, having added to that legacy, having given the story of the Vault Dweller's line another chapter, another act of preservation in the face of something that wanted to end everything. What the wasteland asks of those who live in it is not a small thing. It asks for adaptability, for the willingness to hold on to what matters while releasing what cannot be carried, for the particular kind of courage that is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act in spite of it. The Chosen One had shown these qualities across the whole long journey from Arroyo to the oil rig and back to the open water, had demonstrated in hundreds of small moments and a handful of large ones what it meant to be the person a community trusts with its survival. The tribal customs of Arroyo, which had seemed at the beginning of the game like the quaint practices of a people isolated from the larger world, turned out to have been preserving something real, something that the wasteland's larger and more sophisticated settlements had sometimes lost in their sophistication. The sense that people are responsible for each other, that the survival of the community is something that belongs to everyone in it, that no one walks out into the world entirely alone, because the community walks with them in whatever they have been taught and whatever they carry. This is, at its quietest and most essential, the story that Fallout 2 tells. It tells it through the accumulated detail of a vast world and 100 smaller stories nested inside the larger one. It tells it through the moral complexity of the choices it offers and the care it takes to give those choices real consequences in the world. It tells it through the characters it populates its world with, characters who have their own histories and their own convictions and their own relationships to the wasteland's ongoing question of how to live when living has been made so difficult. And it tells it so through the shape of the Chosen One's journey itself, through the movement from a small village on the edge of everything to the center of a threat that would have ended everything, and back again to the beginning, changed, carrying what the journey had added to them, ready to be the person that Arroyo needed them to be, now that Arroyo had been given back the chance to be Arroyo again. The land around the rebuilt Arroyo, in the time after the Garden of Eden creation, Kit had done its work, was different. Not immediately and not dramatically, but in the patient way that land responds to care, the way soil that has been nourished begins to remember what it can produce, the way water that has been purified begins to move through the ground, the way water is supposed to move. The fields that the elder had watched grow thin and sparse would fill out again over seasons, over years, over the long, slow conversation between the people of Arroyo and the land that had been given back to them. Children born in that restored Arroyo would grow up in a place that had food and water and the particular security that comes when the ground beneath you is reliable. They would be told the story of the chosen one, their ancestor or their neighbor's ancestor, or the person their community had trusted with everything when everything was at stake, and the story would carry forward the way stories carry forward in communities that understand their own history as something worth remembering. The nights in a restored Arroyo were different from the nights in a struggling one, when the worry is less, when the question of whether the harvest will be enough begins to lose some of its urgency. The night becomes something other than just the interval between one day of hard work and another. It becomes something that can be rested in, that can be given to the slow unwinding of thought and memory and the particular loosening of attention that precedes sleep. People sat outside their dwellings in those nights and watched the stars that the old world had never dimmed, that the bombs had not touched, even as they had touched everything below, and they told each other the story of what had been and what had come after, and what the chosen one had done in the spaces between the beginning and the now. Every telling was slightly different. Every generation added something of its own to the account, smoothed one edge and sharpened another, kept what seemed essential and let what seemed peripheral drift away. This is how memory works in communities. This is how the past is carried forward without ever being fully preserved, always slightly transformed by the act of transmission, always still recognizable as the thing it had been. Somewhere in the long chain of that telling, the specifics of the oil rig and the enclave's president and the vertibirds cutting across the California sky would simplify into the essential shape of the story. That there was a threat, and that someone went out to face it, and that they succeeded, and that the community survived. The details would thin. The moral complexity would compress into the clarity that myth needs to be carried easily across generations. But something would remain, something that persisted in the way that the essential quality of an experience persists even after the specific memories of it have faded. The sense that the world had been in danger and that a person from this village had mattered to the outcome. That sense, carried forward in the way communities carry the essential truths of their own founding stories, was itself a form of the thing the Garden of Eden creation Kit had done for the land. A restoration, a returning of something important to the place it was needed, a making whole of what had been diminished by loss. In the quiet of the long nights that follow the end of a great journey, the kind of nights where everything that happened during the journey plays back in fragments, the oil rig burning against the dark sky returns with particular vividness. There is something in that image, the great structure of the enclave's ambition breaking apart and descending into the water, that holds the weight of the whole story in a way that a more conventional ending might not have managed. It was not a triumphant image exactly, not celebratory in the way that final battles and stories sometimes are. It was quieter than that, more melancholy, more aware of the cost that had been paid to reach that moment and the complexity of what came after. The wasteland did not transform the morning after the enclave fell. The problems that had been building for 200 years did not resolve themselves overnight because one particularly dangerous organization had been removed from the equation. But something had been prevented, something enormous and irreversible had been turned aside, and in the particular arithmetic of the wasteland, that was enough to call it a victory. That was enough to justify the journey. The story of Fallout 2 is one that rewards return. Playing it once gives you the shape of the narrative, the main arc from Arroyo to the oil rig and back again. Playing it again, with different choices, with a character built differently, with the attention freed from the basic task of survival to notice what the world is actually saying in its smaller moments, reveals the layers beneath the shape, the texture that the writers and designers embedded in every corner of the wasteland for the players patient enough to find it. The game was designed to be inexhaustible in this sense, to remain slightly larger than any single experience of it, to keep the sense that there was always something else to discover, always one more conversation that would add one more detail to the picture of what the wasteland was, and who had built it, and what it cost to live in it, honestly. This is the kind of game that becomes a reference point that players return to years after first playing it to verify their memories of what it felt like, and find that the memories were accurate, that the game was as good as they remembered, that what they felt the first time they walked out of Arroyo was something the game had actually earned, rather than something their younger selves had misattributed. This is where the story rests tonight. In the rebuilt village of Arroyo, in the slow restoration of the land around it, in the long afterlife of choices made across a vast wasteland by a person who was trying to do what needed to be done. In the memories of the vault dweller carried forward through generations into the traditions of a community that understood itself as the continuation of something worth continuing. In the question that Fallout 2 asks so carefully, in so many different ways, through so many different characters and situations and moral complications. What do we owe to each other when everything that once organized that debt has been burned away, and all that remains is the choice of how to be in the world that the fire left behind? There is a quality that the best stories carry, something that resists being named precisely, but that announces itself in the feeling that stays with you after the story is over. Fallout 2 has this quality. It stays with people, and not only the ones who played it when it was new, not only those who grew up with it as a formative experience of what games could be and do and say. It stays with people who come to it later, who approach it with the knowledge of everything that came after it in the series, who have to adjust to its different register and its different demands and its willingness to make the player work for what it offers. These later players often find what the earlier ones found, a world that takes its own premises seriously, characters who have inner lives that the world reflects rather than simply describing, a story whose moral weight is proportional to the care that was put into every piece of the world that carries it. And so, they rest with it too, the way you rest with any story that has given you something real, the way you let it settle into the part of the mind where the important things are kept, where they can be returned to when the world outside feels like it needs the perspective that a good story provides. The wasteland is always there, patient and unhurried and full of everything it has always contained. And the chosen one's journey from the edge of the known world to the center of a threat that would have ended everything and back again is always waiting to be walked once more by anyone who finds themselves on a quiet night needing to remember what it looks like when someone does what needs to be done. The long walk from Arroyo to the Pacific coast and back, measured in the particular currency of the wasteland, in the encounters and the choices and the relationships built, and the things learned and the things done that cannot be undone, is the measure of the chosen one. Not the outcome, though the outcome matters enormously, but the walk itself, the process of becoming the person that the outcome required. This is what the story was always about, underneath the politics and the factions and the Enclave's terrible plan and the quiet devastation of returning to an empty village. It was about what a person becomes when the world asks more of them than they initially believed they had to give, when the task ahead is larger than the person standing at the beginning of it, and the only way through is to keep walking until the person and the task have grown into each other. The perks system of Fallout 2 was one of the quiet pleasures of the game's mechanical design, a layer of character development that existed above and beyond the basic statistics and skills, and that gave each playthrough a specific flavor that no amount of replaying the same build could replicate. Perks were selected at regular intervals during the leveling process, and each one represented a permanent change to the Chosen One's capabilities, a decision that could not be undone and that shaped the entire experience of the game from the moment of selection forward. Some perks were straightforward improvements, increases to movement speed or resistance to particular kinds of damage, the kind of mechanical benefit that translated directly into a more capable character in the situations that called for capability. Others were subtler, altering the way the world responded to the Chosen One, rather than the Chosen One's direct abilities, changing what was visible on the world map, or what information was available in conversation, or how long the effects of certain chemical compounds lasted in the body. A few perks were strange enough to feel like the writers had included them purely because the wasteland was the kind of place where strange things were possible, and the game should reflect that. Taken together, the perk selection across a full playthrough produced a Chosen One that was not just skilled, but particular, not just powerful, but specific in their power, shaped by choices that accumulated into a distinct way of being in the world. The tagged skills worked alongside the special statistics to define what the Chosen One was good at from the beginning of the journey. Selecting 3 skills to tag at character creation gave those skills a doubled rate of advancement, meaning that a Chosen One who tagged speech and lockpick and small guns would develop those abilities significantly faster than any other skills, and the game was built with enough interconnection between skills and available approaches that tagging a different combination produced genuinely different experiences of the same content. A player who tagged science and medicine and first aid found that Vault City and the more technologically sophisticated settlements of the wasteland opened up in ways that were not available to a character who had focused on combat skills. A player who tagged unarmed and melee and sneak found that confrontations could be approached from directions that a ranged weapons specialist could not manage. These were not just different ways of doing the same thing. They were different things, different stories, different versions of what it meant to be the Chosen One moving through the world that Fallout 2 had built. The traits system added yet another layer to this, offering a set of characteristics selected at character creation that each carried both a benefit and a drawback, making every trait selection a negotiation with consequence rather than a simple enhancement. Taking the gifted trait gave the Chosen One higher base, special statistics, but reduced the rate at which skills advanced, meaning a character with greater innate capability but slower development of the specific competencies that made them effective in particular situations. Taking the fast shot trait allowed the Chosen One to fire weapons more quickly, but removed the ability to aim at specific body parts, a trade between speed and precision that played out differently depending on what the game threw at the player at any given moment. Jinxed made the world randomly malfunction around the Chosen One, enemies experiencing critical failures as often as the Chosen One did, a trait that created a chaotic and unpredictable experience that was the opposite of the careful control that most players tried to maintain. These traits were not requirements, but the ones that were selected became part of the texture of the playthrough, part of what made that particular experience of the game feel like it had happened to a specific person rather than a generic protagonist. The perks and traits and tagged skills were all in service of a design philosophy that Fallout 2 had inherited and deepened from the first game. The idea that role-playing meant actually playing a role, that the character the player created was not a neutral vessel for the player's own choices, but a person with specific capabilities and specific limitations, someone the world responded to as that specific person rather than as the player's direct proxy. This philosophy showed up most clearly in the intelligence mechanic, which was one of the most distinctive choices in the game's design. A chosen one created with very low intelligence was not simply a less capable character by the usual measurements of capability. They were a fundamentally different kind of experience, navigating the world with access only to a reduced vocabulary and a limited understanding of what was happening around them, interacting with NPCs through dialogue that reflected their cognitive limitations, missing entire categories of quest resolution that required the ability to understand complex situations and communicate about them effectively. This was not punishment for a bad build. It was the game committing fully to the premise that the person you created would encounter the world as that person, that intelligence was not an invisible stat, but a quality that the world reflected back at the chosen one continuously. The low intelligence playthrough of Fallout 2 had become something of a legendary experience among the game's dedicated community, a way of seeing the wasteland from an angle that the standard playthrough did not offer, discovering which NPCs had special dialogue written for a cognitively limited interlocutor, which quests had solutions available to someone who could not communicate in the usual way, what the world looked and felt like when you could only access its surface rather than the layers beneath. Some NPCs were kinder to a low intelligence character than others. Some were condescending in ways that the game played for dark humor rather than cruelty. A few offered opportunities that a more intelligent character would not have been offered because the person making the offer had correctly identified that this particular chosen one could be managed in ways that a cleverer one could not. The low intelligence run was not the main way to experience Fallout 2, but it was a real and complete experience, and the care that had gone into making it so was part of what made the game's design feel generous rather than restrictive. The jet problem was one of the running threads of Fallout 2 that connected the personal to the systemic in ways that the game's best stories always did. Jet was everywhere in the wasteland by the time of the game's events, not because it had spread naturally, but because the Mordino family had distributed it strategically, placing it in communities where the demand it created could be converted into economic and political dependency. Finding out who had created Jet and whether a cure existed required moving across several of the game's locations and gathering information that was distributed across characters who each had only a piece of the picture. Myron, who had created Jet in the Mordino laboratories, was both the source of the problem and a potential part of its solution, since his chemical knowledge extended to the question of what might counteract the compound's addictive properties. The cure that could be synthesized with the right components gathered from Vault City's medical supplies and the right information from Myron's reluctant cooperation was one of the game's more satisfying resolutions, not because it fixed the jet problem across the wasteland, which it did not, but because it addressed a specific instance of the harm that the drug was doing with a specific piece of effort and ingenuity. The wasteland's problems were too large and too embedded to be solved wholesale. They could be addressed in particular places by particular people making particular choices. Fallout 2 was honest about this distinction, and it built its quests around it. The Corsican brothers in New Reno were a small detail that the game placed with the kind of quiet confidence that characterized its approach to humor. They ran a cinema in New Reno's streets, showing old pre-war films to a wasteland audience that had no context for the cultural references embedded in the material, but that watched with the genuine interest of people encountering something from a world they knew only as ruins and rubble. The cinema was a kind of cultural artifact in its own right, a preservation of something from the old world that served a different function in the new one, entertainment transformed by the distance of 2 centuries into something stranger and more resonant than it had been when it was made. The chosen one could watch the films, could sit in the dark of the cinema among New Reno's population and see what the old world had produced for its own entertainment, and feel, in a way that the wasteland rarely offered so directly, the gap between what had been and what remained. The Wright family of New Reno, the fourth of the crime families, were distinguished from the other three by what might be called their comparative directness. Where the Mordinos operated through the chemical dependency of jet, and the Bishops operated through information and manipulation, and the Salvatoris operated through their enclave connections and their energy weapons, the Wrights operated through a more immediate and less sophisticated application of the things that made crime families powerful. They had numbers, and they had willingness, and they had the particular kind of loyalty that comes from a family that has kept itself together through hard circumstances. The Wright patriarch, Richard Wright, had a problem that connected to the larger question of jet. His son had died from a jet overdose, and he wanted to know who was responsible. Investigating this death and tracking the trail of what had happened in the particular way that Fallout 2's investigation quests worked through conversation and exploration and the patient assembly of evidence from the fragments the world offered was one of the more affecting of the game's side stories, a personal tragedy placed inside the broader context of the drug's spread through the wasteland, making the systemic harm concrete through its effect on one specific family. The ghost farm of Modoc deserved more attention than the game's light treatment of it suggested. Below the surface of the farmland at the edge of town, where missing travelers and strange disappearances had created the kind of local mystery that small communities accumulate over years of proximity to the unexplained, the Slags had built their underground world with the patience and the ingenuity of people who had decided that the surface was too dangerous and the dark was something they could learn to manage. The Slags were not threatening once understood. They were, in many ways, an admirable community, one that had solved the problem of survival under impossible conditions by retreating from the conditions rather than trying to overcome them directly, by building a world beneath the world that the bombs had damaged, where the radiation was less and the violence of the surface world could not reach them so easily. Their food supply depended on the surface, on the crops that grew in the farm above them, which was the source of the conflict with Modoc's surface community, a conflict built on misunderstanding and fear rather than genuine incompatibility of interests. The resolution of the Ghost Farm quest, the conversation that revealed what the Slags were and what they needed and what Modoc needed, and that these things could coexist with minor adjustment, was one of the gentlest demonstrations of the game's consistent theme, that most conflicts are made of misunderstanding, and that the work of resolution is mostly the work of accurate perception. The Dunton brothers, those low-level cattle thieves operating out of Klamath, were a small example of something Fallout 2 did with consistency throughout its world. It populated its places with antagonists who were not dramatic or powerful or ideologically significant, but simply the ordinary kind of person who causes harm in ordinary ways, for ordinary reasons, of greed and laziness, and the calculation that the risk was low enough to be worth the return. The Duntons were stealing cattle because they could, because the community had not organized to stop them, because the small theft of livestock was the kind of crime that accumulated into serious harm over time without ever rising to the level of crisis that forced a response. Dealing with the Duntons was not a morally complex task. But placing them in the world, giving them names and a location and a specific practice of harm was part of what made the wasteland feel like a place where people actually lived rather than a backdrop for a more important story happening elsewhere. Sulik's backstory, explored in conversation during the journey, illuminated something about the tribal communities of the wasteland that the game's main focus on Arroyo could not fully capture on its own. He had come from a different tribe, had watched his sister taken by slavers, and had been following the trail of that loss when his path crossed the Chosen Ones in Klamath. His search for his sister, Grampy Bones' guidance, communicated through the ritual language of his tribe's spiritual practice, the way he held his grief and his purpose together without letting either overwhelm the other. All of this made him a companion who was doing something alongside the Chosen One rather than simply assisting with what the Chosen One was doing. He had his own reason to be in the wasteland, his own destination in mind, and the overlap between his journey and the Chosen One's was a piece of collaboration rather than service, a relationship between two people who had decided that the wasteland was navigable together in ways it was not navigable alone. The Chosen One's ability to acquire and drive vehicles in Fallout 2 was a feature that the first game had not offered, and that changed the feel of the wasteland considerably. The car that could be obtained and maintained with the right mechanical knowledge and the right fuel and the right repairs when the wasteland's terrain had taken its toll on the vehicle's systems, turned the map's enormous distances from something that needed to be managed into something that could be crossed with a different quality of agency. Driving across the wasteland was not the same as walking it. The terrain that looked so different depending on the speed at which it was crossed, the settlements that had seemed impossibly distant when measured in days of walking and that became reachable in hours with a functioning engine, the freedom to turn around and go back to a place that would have been a day's walk away now accessible in minutes. All of this changed the texture of the experience without changing the world itself. The car was also a responsibility, a piece of equipment that needed fuel and care and the particular attention that mechanical things demand from those who depend on them, and managing that responsibility was part of what it meant to navigate the wasteland with the resources available to someone who had been out long enough to acquire them. The random encounter system of Fallout 2 was one of the game's most consistently rewarding sources of small stories, moments that existed outside the main narrative and the named side quests, but that contributed to the feeling of a world populated beyond what was strictly necessary for the plot. Random encounters varied enormously in their character, from straightforward combat with raiders or wildlife to strange and specific scenes that had clearly been written by someone who was thinking about the wasteland's history in an oblique direction. A family arguing over the remains of a pre-war car, a traveling merchant whose deal had gone wrong in a way he was only beginning to understand. Two Brahmin standing in the middle of the road for no explicable reason, doing nothing, going nowhere, as though the game had placed them there simply to demonstrate that the wasteland was full of things that did not have obvious explanations. These encounters were brief and often were not remembered individually, but their aggregate effect was significant. The feeling that the world was larger than the named locations suggested, and that things were happening in it constantly, most of them unglamorous and unimportant, and part of what made the place feel real. The encounter with the talking Deathclaw in the wasteland's random events, a creature who appeared and communicated with a vocabulary that suggested intelligence and internal life that the combat-focused encounters with Deathclaws did not hint at, was one of the stranger gifts the game offered to explorers. It was connected thematically to the Deathclaw community at Vault 13, part of the game's consistent interest in challenging the categories through which the wasteland's inhabitants organized their understanding of who and what deserved consideration. The Deathclaws that populated the wasteland's more dangerous regions were genuinely dangerous, creatures whose physical capabilities made them among the most lethal things a poorly prepared chosen one could encounter. But the game kept insisting, through moments like this, and through the Vault 13 community, and through the presence of Goris, a robed Deathclaw who could become a companion, that danger and intelligence were not the same thing, and that the creatures the wasteland had made were not simply what their combat statistics suggested. Goris was a companion unlike any other available to the Chosen One, a Deathclaw scholar who wore a robe to move through the world without triggering the automatic response that his appearance without covering would have produced in most of the wasteland's inhabitants. He was educated, thoughtful, interested in history and philosophy in the way that someone becomes interested in those things when they have the intelligence to engage with them and the time to do so. His presence in the Vault 13 community, his connection to Gruthar and the other Deathclaws who had built their lives in the Vault's corridors, gave him a stake in the Chosen One's story beyond the abstract. What happened to the Enclave? What happened to the people who had been taken from Vault 13? What happened to the community the Deathclaws had built in the absence of the Vault's original residents? All of this mattered to Goris in the specific way that things matter to people when they are not abstract but connected to faces and places and relationships. Traveling with Goris meant moving through the wasteland with a companion whose intelligence was equal to the Chosen One's own, but whose experience of the world was shaped by a perspective that no human in the wasteland could replicate. The view from inside a form that the world feared and misread at almost every encounter. The role of pre-war media in Fallout 2's world building was something the game seeded throughout its locations in ways that rewarded the kind of exploration that paused to read terminal entries and examine shelves and pick up the detritus of the old civilization's cultural production. Old magazines, their covers optimistic in the specific way of a culture that had decided prosperity was permanent, could be found in the ruins of homes and waiting rooms and libraries, their content still legible but completely disconnected from the world in which they were now being read. Pre-war advertisements embedded in the architecture of ruined buildings promised products that no longer existed from companies that no longer existed to people whose descendants were living in the rubble of the world. Those advertisements had been designed to sell. These fragments of the old world were not explained or commented upon. They were simply there, present in the environment, waiting to be noticed by the player who was moving slowly enough to see them, carrying in their specific language and their specific assumptions about the future, all the irony that 200 years of catastrophic history had placed around them. The question of memory and its relationship to identity was one that Fallout 2 addressed obliquely through several of its characters, through the way that long-lived figures like Marcus had accumulated histories that no younger character could share or fully understand, through the way that the Vault Dwellers' journals made the founder of Arroyo a person rather than a legend, through the way that the wasteland's oldest communities carried traces of the old world in their customs and their language and their relationship to technology that their founders had understood and their descendants now mostly managed through tradition rather than comprehension. The vaults had been built to preserve the human population through catastrophe, and in doing so, they had also preserved snapshots of the culture that had existed at the moment of their sealing, creating communities that were in some ways more connected to the pre-war world than the surface communities that had had to improvise their way through 2 centuries without the infrastructure the vaults provided. Vault City was the clearest example of this, a community whose relationship to pre-war technology was so direct that it had been able to maintain standards of medicine and hygiene and infrastructure that the surrounding wasteland could not approach. But this connection also meant that Vault City's cultural assumptions, its social hierarchies, its ideas about who was worthy of consideration, were in some ways frozen at the moment of the war, preserved alongside the technology in a way that had not been subjected to the same pressures that had shaped the wasteland's surface communities. The question of what constituted legitimate authority in the wasteland was one that Fallout 2 circled throughout its story without ever arriving at a single definitive answer, because the wasteland itself had not arrived at one. The NCR's answer was democratic governance, the accumulation of individual voices into collective decisions, the idea that authority came from the consent of those over whom it was exercised. Vault City's answer was competence and merit, the idea that those who had maintained their civilization's standards had earned the right to lead those who had not. New Reno's crime families answered the question with force and economic power, the idea that authority was whatever you could maintain against the challenges to it. The tribal communities of the wasteland, Arroyo among them, answered with tradition, with the accumulated wisdom of the elders who had lived longest and seen most, and carried in their memory the lessons that the community had bought through experience. None of these answers was complete. All of them contained something real. The Chosen One moved between these systems of authority without fully belonging to any of them, someone the game had positioned at the intersection of multiple answers to the same question, able to see what each offered and what each cost, without having to commit to the conclusion that any single one was sufficient. The Slavers Guild's presence throughout the wasteland was one of the more uncomfortable facts about the world of Fallout 2, not because the game minimized it, but because it treated it with the directness of something that exists and functions, and that the player has to decide what to do about. Slavery in the wasteland was not a background detail or a plot device. It was a running thread through the game's locations, from the den where Metzger operated to the northern settlements where escaped slaves occasionally appeared as random encounters, to the economic structures that connected the demand for slave labor to the communities that produced it. The game allowed the Chosen One to take a slaver's brand and work with the guild to become part of the system, and it allowed the Chosen One to oppose it, to free slaves and undermine the guild's operations, and choose consistently against the system's logic. What it did not do was pretend the system did not exist, or that the Chosen One could simply ignore it. The wasteland contained this thing, and moving through the wasteland meant encountering it and making a choice about what to do with that encounter. The Salvatore family's connection to the Enclave was one of the threads that Fallout 2 laid most carefully, because it connected the visible present of New Reno's crime politics to the invisible background of what the Enclave was doing in the world. The energy weapons that the Salvatores carried and dealt were better than anything available on the open wasteland market, and their origin was not something the Salvatores discussed openly, but finding and following that origin was one of the paths that led toward understanding what was coming. Louis Salvatore, the family patriarch, was a figure of considerable age and considerable disease, kept alive by technology that had no business existing in New Reno, another trace of the Enclave's influence on those it had decided were useful to cultivate. His children managed the family's operations with the particular combination of competence and caution that comes from knowing your patron is powerful enough that displeasing them would be worse than any rival family could threaten. The Salvatores were a spoke in a wheel whose hub the Chosen One could not yet see clearly, one of several pieces of the Enclave's extended influence in the world that collectively built the picture of an organization far more embedded in the wasteland's political landscape than its isolation might suggest. The Bishop family held a different kind of power, the power of information and the leverage that information provided. John Bishop ran the casino that anchored the family's visible presence, but the casino was not the real business. The real business was knowing things about people, knowing what they wanted and what they feared and what they had done that they would prefer remained unknown, and using that knowledge to maintain a position from which the family could exercise influence over everyone who passed through New Reno with ambitions they needed help achieving. The Bishop family's archive of information was a resource that the Chosen One could potentially access, could potentially use, and doing so opened up approaches to New Reno's politics that were not available to someone operating purely on surface information. Mrs. Bishop, the Don's wife, was one of the game's more striking individual characters, a woman whose intelligence and ambition had been placed in a setting that had given her the role of wife, rather than the role of operator, who had found ways to exercise the latter within the constraints of the former. Her interest in the Chosen One, on the Chosen One's return visit to New Reno, was one of the game's more complicated social encounters. A negotiation between what was being offered and what was being sought by both parties that the game rendered with a directness that some players found surprising and others found entirely consistent with what New Reno was. The Wright family's investigation quest, tracking the death of Richard Wright's son through the evidence available in New Reno's social landscape, was one of the examples of Fallout 2's investigation design at its best. The answer was not where the most obvious path led. Following the most obvious path pointed toward a conclusion that was wrong, that had been constructed to be plausible enough to satisfy someone who was not looking carefully enough. Following the evidence with more care, pursuing the secondary leads that the first pass over the situation would not generate, and paying attention to the details that the most compelling suspects did not mention rather than the ones they did. This produced a different answer, one that connected the specific tragedy of one family's loss to the broader commerce and jet that was running through New Reno and the wasteland around it. The game rewarded the careful investigation, not with better mechanical outcomes exactly, but with the specific satisfaction of having understood what had actually happened rather than having accepted the surface version of events. The Mordino family's headquarters in the stables was a location that the game placed as the center of the jet supply chain, the place where Myron did his work and the family stored and processed its product before distribution. The stables were a working facility, organized around the production of something that was simultaneously a significant source of the family's wealth and a genuine harm being inflicted on the wasteland's communities, and the game did not try to make this interesting through spectacle. It made it interesting through the specific mundane detail of how such a place functioned, who worked there, and what they did, and what they understood about what they were part of. Moving through the stables carefully, finding Myron, persuading him to share information about what he had created and whether it could be countered, required the kind of social navigation that Fallout 2 returned to consistently. Not overwhelming the situation with force, but engaging with it on its own terms, finding the leverage points that existed in every social structure for someone patient enough to identify them. The NCR town of Shady Sands, which by the time of Fallout 2 had grown into the Republic's capital, was one of the game's more moving examples of how far the wasteland had come from the first game's beginning. The Shady Sands of the original Fallout had been a small community of survivors, organized around a water pump and a set of social rules that its founders were still developing, genuinely fragile in the way that new things are fragile before they have had time to develop the resilience that survival requires. The Shady Sands of Fallout 2 was a city with a presidential mansion and a Senate building and streets that had been organized rather than simply allowed to grow in whatever direction need had pushed them. The distance between those two things, the fragile beginning and the organized present, was the measure of what the people of the NCR had accomplished in the years between the games. And standing in the capital and reading the city with that knowledge made the city feel significant in a way that its buildings alone could not have produced. This was where something had started. This was how far it had come. The president of the NCR at the time of Fallout 2, Tandy, was one of the characters whose history connected the two games most directly. She had been a young woman in the original Fallout, the daughter of Shady Sands' founder, Aradesh, kidnapped by the Khan's raiders in a quest that the original game's protagonist could resolve. In Fallout 2, she was in her 80s, still president, having served for long enough that her presidency had become the stable fact around which the NCR's political identity organized itself, the continuity that allowed the Republic's institutions to develop on a foundation that did not shift every few years as leadership changed. She had seen the NCR grow from the Council of Settlements around Shady Sands into a republic with genuine territorial reach, had made the decisions that needed to be made at each stage of that growth, and had accumulated the particular kind of authority that comes not from force or ideology, but from the demonstrated capacity to have been right often enough that people trust the judgment, even when they cannot fully follow the reasoning. Talking with Tandy was one of the game's more remarkable conversations, not because of what she revealed about the plot, but because of what she revealed about the distance the world had traveled from the beginning of the series to the present moment. Vault 15, the vault from which Shady Sands and the Khans had both emerged, was a location that the game placed at the intersection of several of its major narrative threads. The vault itself was in poor condition by the time of Fallout 2, its upper levels occupied by the new Khans, and its lower levels still containing the technology that Vault Tech had installed when the vault was built. The Garden of Eden creation kit that the Chosen One needed was in those lower levels, accessible only after navigating the new Khan's occupation with whatever combination of diplomacy and force the situation produced. What made Vault 15 interesting beyond its narrative function was the history it carried, the story of a vault that had opened early and sent its population into the wasteland before the conditions were ready for them, producing multiple distinct communities from a single origin point by the divergence of choices made in the first desperate years. Shady Sands had chosen organization and agriculture. The Khans had chosen raiding and mobility. Both choices were responses to the same initial situation, the same set of resources, and the same collapsed infrastructure, and the same absence of any existing framework to fit into. The fact that those two choices had produced such dramatically different communities 2 generations later was a demonstration of how much the early decisions of a community's founding set the trajectory that subsequent generations inherited. The Khan's raiders deserved more than the role of obstacle and occasional plot complication that the game assigned them, and in their history, if not in their current behavior, they had it. The original Khans of the first game had been one of the raider groups that threatened the communities around Shady Sands, organized around a culture of predation that had never been sufficiently examined and rebuilt because the culture itself made examination difficult. Living as raiders required the continuous suppression of the empathy that would make the lifestyle impossible. The new Khans of Fallout 2 were the descendants of those original raiders, inheritors of a tradition that had calcified across generations into the culture itself, rather than remaining a suppression of something else. The result was a group that was both genuinely dangerous and genuinely trapped in a set of practices that served no one's long-term interests, including their own. The game did not offer easy redemption for the Khans, but it placed them in enough context that their existence made sense as something that grew from specific historical conditions, rather than simply appearing as a category of enemy. The environmental storytelling of Fallout 2, the way the game placed information about what had happened in a location purely through the physical details of what remained, was one of its most consistently effective techniques for building the feeling of a world with a real past. Entering a location for the first time and reading it before interacting with anyone in it, before a quest objective directed attention to any particular element, was a skill the game rewarded with a fuller understanding of what was at stake in the interactions that followed. A building whose structure told you something about what had happened in it before the Chosen One arrived. A distribution of objects that suggested the circumstances of the last moment before the location was abandoned as skeletons in positions that implied the specific manner of their ending, not dramatically, but specifically, the way that specific detail distinguishes documentation from invention. This kind of reading was available to players who were willing to do it, and the game had been built with enough of it present that those players found a world of greater depth and sadness and occasional strange beauty than the players who moved through the same locations without pausing to look. The vaults themselves, even those not directly involved in the main story, contributed to this environmental texture. Fallout 2's world contained references and traces of vault experiments that the player might never encounter directly, but that existed in the game's documentation and in the conversations of NPCs who had heard rumors or read fragments of records. The knowledge that the vaults had been designed as experiments rather than shelters, that Vault Tech and its government partners had used the extinction event as an opportunity to gather data on human behavior under extreme conditions, was a fact that the surface world only partially understood, and that most of its communities had not fully processed the implications of. The Elder of Arroyo knew fragments of this history. Vault City's records contained more. San Francisco's sheriff had inherited documentation from before the war that touched on some of the same material, but no single person in the wasteland held the complete picture, and the accumulation of fragments across the journey was one of the ways the game gave the Chosen One a perspective on the world's history that no individual character in that world could have had. The question of what Vault Tech had actually been, and who had authorized the experiments, and what the relationship between the corporation and the pre-war government had looked like at the highest levels, was one that Fallout 2 gestured toward without fully answering. The Enclave's connection to the Vault program was part of the answer. The government's interest in the data the experiments would generate connected to the same ideology that the Enclave had carried forward into the post-war period. But the full shape of the relationship, the specific decisions, and the specific people who had made them remained in the territory of the implied rather than the stated. This was a deliberate choice, the kind of restraint that good world building exercises, leaving space for the imagination to work in the gaps rather than filling every gap with explicit explanation. The wasteland's history was large enough that no single story could contain it all, and the acknowledgement of that largeness through strategic omission was part of what gave the world its sense of depth. The crafting and item economy of Fallout 2 was another layer of the game's systems that contributed to the feeling of a world with real resources and real scarcity. Ammunition was not infinite. Weapons degraded with use and required maintenance or replacement. Armor that had absorbed enough punishment lost effectiveness in ways that the game tracked and reflected in the Chosen One's vulnerability to damage. The economy of the Wasteland's merchants was connected to these practical realities, with prices fluctuating based on the Chosen One's barter skill and the specific supply and demand conditions of each location. A community sitting on top of a weapons cache had different prices than a community that had to trade for everything it used. A town with a working water purifier had something to sell that a town without one needed, and the price of that transaction was negotiated in the logic of scarcity that the wasteland's geography had produced. Moving through this economy with attention to its patterns, identifying where value was concentrated and where it could be moved to produce a benefit, was a form of the larger skill that Fallout 2 was always rewarding, the skill of understanding the shape of a system and finding within it the paths that led where you wanted to go. The experience of playing Fallout 2 for the first time in the years when it was new was an experience that many of its players describe with the specific quality of discovery that attaches to things encountered before their cultural significance was established, before the community around them had developed the shared language for talking about what made them remarkable. The game arrived without the context that its successors would eventually provide, without the knowledge that the series would grow into something enormous and influential and widely loved in a way that the original games' commercial success had not guaranteed. Playing it was an act of exploration in the truest sense, moving through a world that was not yet famous, that had not yet been extensively analyzed and discussed and quoted and referenced, that was still fully itself rather than partially filtered through the collective cultural memory that famous things accumulate. That original experience is not available to someone playing Fallout 2 today, and this is not a loss exactly, because what they gain in exchange is the context that makes the game's significance visible, the ability to see what it contributed to everything that came after it. But the players who were there first, who walked out of Arroyo before the wasteland was a place with a cultural meaning larger than itself, encountered something whose full dimensions they were discovering in real time, and that experience of discovery has its own quality that the later experience of appreciation cannot fully replace. The ending of Fallout 2, the moment of watching the oil rig burn and the chosen one sailing away on the PMV Valdez, was not triumphant in the register that most game endings of its era occupied. It was something quieter and more complicated, the satisfaction of completion mixed with the awareness of cost, the knowledge of what the journey had required, and what it had changed and what the world still contained that needed attention. The Chosen One had done what needed doing. The Elder and the people of Arroyo were alive. The Enclave's plan had been stopped, but the wasteland was still the wasteland, still full of the difficulties and the injustices and the long accumulated damage of 2 centuries of trying to survive after civilization's collapse. The fire above the oil rig did not fix any of that. It prevented something specific and enormous from being added to it, which was its own kind of achievement. The ending slides acknowledged this, moving through the game's various locations with the measured pace of someone reporting outcomes rather than celebrating victories, noting improvements and noting failures and noting the ongoing work that the Wasteland's communities would have to continue doing in the years and decades after the Enclave fell. This ultimately was the emotional register that Fallout 2 occupied most comfortably and most distinctively, the register of honest reckoning of a story that was neither optimistic enough to suggest that the right actions led to uncomplicated good outcomes, nor pessimistic enough to suggest that the right actions were futile. The wasteland was hard, and it was damaged, and it contained genuine evil that had to be confronted and genuine harm that could only be partially addressed. But it also contained genuine goodness, genuine community, genuine effort toward things worth building, and the game held both of these truths in the same frame without letting either collapse into the other. This balance, achieved through the patient accumulation of specific detail rather than through any single dramatic statement, was what made Fallout 2 feel like a mature work rather than an adolescent one, what gave it the quality of something made by people who had thought carefully about what they were saying and who trusted the audience to receive it with the same care. The long nights of the wasteland, in all the places the Chosen One had moved through on the journey from Arroyo to the Pacific and back, had a quality that the game captured in its music and its environmental atmosphere and the specific texture of what it felt like to be alone in the dark of a location that had once held people and now held only the traces of them. The wasteland at night was a different place than the wasteland in daylight, more intimate in its darkness, more full of the sounds that the light obscured, more honest about the scale of the emptiness that 2 centuries of catastrophe had produced. Moving through it required the same attention as moving through it in the light, but the attention was directed differently, toward different signals, drawing on different faculties. The game had been designed for this, had been built with the night as a real condition rather than simply a visual filter, and the Chosen One navigating the darkness of the wasteland felt the weight of it as something specific and real rather than as an abstract challenge. The pacing of Fallout 2's world was one of its most carefully maintained qualities. The sense that time moved at the right speed through each location, that the game never rushed the chosen one through a place before the place had given up what it had to offer. This pacing was partly a function of the game's movement speeds, the measured rate at which the chosen one crossed distances that the map made visible and real, and partly a function of the conversation system, which required the player to read rather than listen, and which therefore set a tempo that was calmer and more interior than the voice-acted experiences that would come later. Reading a conversation in Fallout 2 meant inhabiting it differently than hearing one. The words arrived at the pace the reader brought to them, rather than the pace a voice actor established, and this gave the game's dialogue a quality of intimacy and reflection that was specific to the medium it occupied. So the dialogue writing of Fallout 2 was one of its most consistently accomplished features, managing the considerable challenge of making hundreds of distinct characters feel genuinely different from each other while maintaining the internal consistency of the world they all inhabited. The wasteland had its own vernacular, a language shaped by 2 centuries of isolation and improvisation and the specific pressures of survival in conditions that had required new words for new things and had let old words drift in their meaning as the things they described changed or disappeared. Characters from different regions and different backgrounds spoke with the traces of those origins in their language, in the rhythm of their sentences, and the vocabulary they reached for when they needed to express something specific. This was not elaborate linguistic invention, but careful selection, the choice of words and constructions that carried the right freight of history and place, that located each speaker in the world in a way that made them feel rooted rather than generic. The world of Fallout 2 was also a world with a sense of humor, and that sense of humor was part of what made the game's darker elements bearable, and its moral weight something that could be carried rather than crushed under. The humor was rarely innocent, was usually the kind that emerged from the gap between what things were supposed to be and what they had become, between the optimistic language of the old world's promotional materials and the reality of what those materials were now decorating. It was the humor of recognition, of seeing the specific absurdity in a specific situation rather than the general absurdity of everything. And it coexisted with the game's serious content, not by undermining it, but by acknowledging that any world, even a ruined one, contained things that were genuinely funny, and that laughing at them was not a failure of seriousness, but an expression of the human capacity to remain present in difficult circumstances without being entirely consumed by them. The story of Fallout 2 is finally a story about inheritance and what to do with it. The Chosen One inherited a legacy they did not choose, a title they did not ask for, a task that the community had decided was theirs to perform. They inherited the Vault Dweller's line and the Vault Dweller's history and the consequences of the Vault Dweller's choices, both the good ones and the painful ones. They moved through a world that was itself an inheritance, the accumulated result of choices made by people who were dead before the Chosen One was born, choices that had produced the wasteland and everything it contained, both the ruins and the communities and the ongoing effort to build something from the ruins. And at the end of the journey, having done what the inheritance required of them, they left behind an inheritance of their own, the stopped plan, the freed people, the restored land, the story that would be told to the children of Arroyo across the years and the decades to come. This is what legacies are made of. Not monuments and not declarations, but actions taken at the moment when they needed to be taken, by people who understood what was at stake and chose, despite everything, to be the person the moment required. The town of Klamath was one of the first significant settlements the Chosen One encountered on the road south. It was a small community built around the trapping and trade of the large mutated creatures called Brahmin. two-headed cattle descended from the livestock that had survived the war. Brahmin were enormously valuable in the post-war world. They provided meat, leather, and labor, and a community that could reliably work with Brahmin had something that many other settlements wanted. Klamath had built its modest economy on this foundation. The people of Klamath were rough, but not unkind. They were the sort of community that had learned to manage with very little and to find satisfaction in the management itself. The trapping families passed their knowledge down from parent to child, understanding that the land outside the settlement was unpredictable and that skill mattered more than luck in the long run. There were tensions within the community, the kind of social friction that any small isolated group develops over time, but there was also genuine camaraderie and a shared investment in keeping the settlement alive. The den sat further south, and it was a different kind of place entirely. Where Klamath was defined by honest labor, the den had organized itself around the exchange of less reputable commodities. It was a trading hub in the loosest possible sense, a gathering point for people who needed things that more respectable communities would not provide. Drugs moved through the den in considerable quantities. Stolen goods passed through its informal markets. And perhaps most significantly, the den had become a center for a slave trade that extended its reach through much of the surrounding region. The slaver operation in the den was run by a figure known as Metzger. He was not a complicated man in terms of his motivations. He understood power as the ability to compel others, and he had built his operation on that understanding. The people who passed through Metzger's hands were transported to locations that needed labor and were willing to pay for it, no questions asked. For the chosen one arriving in the den with purely practical goals, Metzger's presence was a moral variable that could not be entirely ignored, even if confronting it directly was not immediately necessary. The den also offered something more useful to the journey, which was information and commerce. A man named Vic had been enslaved there, and Vic happened to be a mechanic and trader who knew routes across the region and had connections that the chosen one needed. Finding and freeing Vic was one of the early threads of the journey, a task that wove practical necessity together with the more personal kind of motivation that good stories tend to require. Vault City occupied a fascinating position in the world of Fallout 2. It was, by most measurable standards, the most technologically advanced settlement in the region. The vault from which it had grown, Vault 8, had been one of the few vaults designed to open on schedule and to function more or less as advertised. Its residents had emerged with their equipment intact, their social structures relatively preserved, and a set of resources that allowed them to build something durable in the wasteland. The technology available to Vault City was genuinely impressive. Its medical capabilities exceeded anything else in the region by a significant margin. The city maintained working computers, functioning infrastructure, and a level of organized administration that was almost without parallel in Northern California. The citizens, as the Vault's descendants called themselves, enjoyed a quality of life that would have been recognizable to the pre-war world in a way that most wasteland communities could not claim. The cost of this success, however, was a social stratification that had calcified over decades into something uncomfortably rigid. Citizens occupied the top tier of Vault City's social order. Below them were outsiders, people who lived in the shantytown just beyond the city's walls and who could not claim the full rights and protections of citizenship. Citizenship was extraordinarily difficult to obtain and was guarded with the kind of institutional jealousy that tends to emerge when a small group has something genuinely valuable to protect. The leader of Vault City during this period was Counselor Lynette, a woman whose intelligence and administrative capability were matched by a coldness toward those she considered beneath the city's standards. She was not simply a villain in the conventional sense. Her protectiveness of Vault City came from a genuine belief that what the Vault had preserved was worth preserving, that the standards and discipline that had allowed the city to survive were not arbitrary but essential. Her contempt for outsiders was an extension of that logic, taken past the point where it remained defensible. The conflict between Vault City and the nearby ghoul settlement of Gecko illustrated the tensions that defined much of the region. Gecko's population consisted of ghouls, humans who had been transformed by radiation exposure into beings with extended lifespans but profoundly altered appearances. They had built their community around an old nuclear power plant that they were attempting to maintain and operate. Their goal was simply to keep the lights on, to generate power that might benefit the whole region. Vault City, however, viewed Gecko's proximity and the occasional radiation leaks from the imperfectly maintained plant as an unacceptable threat. The two communities were locked in a dispute that combined practical concerns with the kind of deep-seated prejudice that had outlasted the civilization that first cultivated it. Broken Hills was a mining community that had developed around rich deposits of uranium ore. What made Broken Hills remarkable in the context of the wasteland was its population, which included humans, ghouls, and super mutants living and working alongside one another in a fragile but genuine collaboration. The town had not achieved this harmony through any grand ideological breakthrough. It had arrived at it through the practical recognition that the mine was dangerous enough to kill anyone, regardless of what they looked like, and that the work went better when people cooperated. The super mutants of Broken Hills were remnants of the Unity's failed experiment, the massive army of mutated soldiers that the Master had assembled in the events of the first game. After the Master's defeat, many super mutants had scattered across the wasteland. Some had become violent and territorial. Others had found their way to communities where they could contribute something. The ones who settled in Broken Hills had made a choice that required a certain kind of steadiness, to build rather than destroy, to work alongside people who might fear or resent them. Marcus was one of the most significant super mutant characters in Fallout 2. He was an elder of the super mutant community in Broken Hills, a figure of considerable age and experience who had seen enough of the wasteland to develop what could only be called philosophical patience. Marcus had fought in the Master's army. He had believed, in his time, in the idea that super mutants represented an evolutionary advancement, a harder, stronger successor to ordinary humanity. The defeat of the Master had not simply ended that belief. It had given him decades to examine it from multiple angles. The threats to Broken Hills were multiple and intersecting. A group of humans within the community had developed a plan to poison the town's mutant population, driven by a combination of fear and the belief that the settlement would be better off without them. This conspiracy ran quietly beneath the surface of Broken Hills' apparent cooperation, a reminder that the town's diversity had not fully resolved the tensions that came with it. There was also the mechanical concern of the mine itself, whose air filtration system required maintenance that tested the community's technical resources. Both problems demanded attention, and the Chosen One had the unusual ability to approach them without the tribal affiliations that blinded most of the town's residents. The city of New Reno occupied a unique ecological niche in the wasteland of Northern California. It was not simply a city. It was an acknowledgement that certain elements of human society had survived the nuclear war, not by accident, but because they were too deeply embedded in human nature to be destroyed by mere catastrophe. New Reno was a city of vice, of gambling and illicit trade, and the kind of power structures that grow up wherever there is wealth moving through unregulated channels. 4 crime families controlled New Reno with varying degrees of subtlety and ambition. The bishops were among the most politically sophisticated, maintaining connections to the wider regional power structures in ways that the other families did not bother with. The Wrights had built their position on the control of alcohol, a commodity that pre-war history had already demonstrated was almost impossible to keep people from wanting. The Mordinos had cornered the drug trade with the particular ruthlessness that came from having fought hardest for a market that everyone wanted. And the Salvatores had relationships with the Enclave, the mysterious and powerful faction that would eventually emerge as the game's principal antagonist. New Reno's relationship with the drug called Jet was central to understanding the city's economy and the broader regional dynamics of the game. Jet was a stimulant that had appeared in the wasteland relatively recently, powerful and profoundly addictive. Its origins were murkier than most users knew. The Mordinos believed they had developed it themselves, and in a narrow sense that was true. What most people did not know was that Jet's creation had been guided by forces connected to the Enclave, who had engineered it as a means of softening and destabilizing the populations of settlements they intended to eventually control. A drug that enslaved its users to compulsive consumption was, from a certain cold perspective, a strategic asset. The new Reno families navigated their relationships with one another through a combination of negotiation, bribery, and occasional violence. Alliances shifted, marriages were arranged to consolidate power. Territory disputes were resolved through a process that was more like professional negotiation than open warfare, though the threat of violence was never entirely absent from the conversation. The chosen one moving through New Reno could choose to align with any of these factions, a choice that had consequences not just for the immediate mission, but for the ending slides that resolved each location's story. Redding was a gold mining town that had found itself caught between the competing ambitions of the region's larger powers. The new California Republic wanted Redding's gold to back its currency and stabilize its growing economy. The Mordino family wanted Redding's population addicted to Jet so that the city's workforce could be economically controlled and its political will softened. And the Wrights wanted access to Redding's trade routes to expand their alcohol distribution network. The citizens of Redding, meanwhile, mostly wanted to be left alone to mine their gold in peace. The gold rush quality of Redding's social atmosphere was something the game rendered with considerable accuracy. Mining towns have a particular sociology, one that combines intense physical labor with a transient population, a culture of immediate reward, and the social volatility that comes from people living close together under difficult conditions. The town had saloons and drug dens and the kind of informal justice system that emerges when formal institutions haven't caught up with population growth. The sheriff's office existed, but operated with limited authority over a community that preferred to handle its disputes personally. The Wanamingo mine was one of Redding's more significant environmental problems. A creature called the Wanamingo, a large and aggressive alien-descended organism that Vault-Tech's pre-war experiments had inadvertently introduced to the region, had taken up residence in the deeper sections of the mine. Their presence had shut down operations in that shaft and represented a threat that the mining community could not resolve with conventional methods. The Chosen One's ability to clear the mine was one of several ways to win goodwill and political currency in Redding, the kind of practical problem-solving that kept the journey moving forward even when its moral dimensions became complicated. The Enclave was the hidden architecture beneath Fallout 2's surface story, the antagonist that the game revealed slowly and with deliberate patience. By the time its full shape became clear, the player had spent hours in a wasteland that seemed to have its own independent existence, and the Enclave's emergence reframed everything that had come before. The organization was not simply a band of villains. It was the remnant of the United States federal government, or rather, a version of that government that had survived the war in bunkers and offshore platforms and had spent the intervening decades developing plans for what to do when it was ready to return. The Enclave's platform was, on its surface, a recovery narrative. They were the legitimate government, they were the heirs to the pre-war order. They had preserved the best of old world technology and the theoretical framework of constitutional governance, and they intended to restore American civilization to the continent that the bombs had scorched. This was not, by itself, an entirely ridiculous position. A great many factions in the wasteland believed in some version of restoration, in the idea that the old world had been better than the current one, and that rebuilding toward it was a worthy project. What distinguished the Enclave from a genuinely benevolent recovery organization was the biological logic underneath their plans. The Enclave had concluded that the survivors of the nuclear war were not, properly speaking, fully human any longer. Radiation exposure over generations had altered the genetic profile of the wasteland's population in ways that the Enclave considered disqualifying. They were not willing to build a new civilization out of people they considered compromised. Their plan was to use a modified strain of the forced evolutionary virus, the same technology that had created supermutants, to release an airborne pathogen that would kill every living being in the wasteland who had absorbed sufficient radiation to alter their genetics, which was functionally everyone. The FIV modification was the project that gave Fallout 2 its moral clarity. Everything else in the game operated in gray zones, with factions that had defensible motivations and individuals whose choices made sense within their contexts. The Enclave's plan removed ambiguity by being simply and completely a project of genocide. The difference between the Enclave and previous Fallout antagonists was not merely one of scale, though the scale was enormous. It was that the Enclave genuinely believed they were right, that their extermination of the irradiated population was not cruelty but policy, a difficult but necessary precondition for the society they intended to build. President Dick Richardson was the face of this ideology within the game. He occupied the Enclave's presidential residence with the institutional confidence of someone who had never seriously entertained the possibility that his position might be wrong. His speeches and his manner carried the rhythms of legitimate authority. He spoke of sacrifice and necessity and the long view of history. He used the language of governance to describe the planning of a mass killing. The contrast between his presentation and the reality of what he was proposing was one of the game's most pointed observations about how dangerous ideas rarely announce themselves as such. The oil rig was the Enclave's primary base of operations, a retrofitted offshore oil platform that had been converted into a self-contained governmental and military installation decades before the war began. It sat off the California coast, isolated from the wasteland by the Pacific Ocean, and its distance had been both its protection and its limitation. The Enclave there had access to some of the most advanced technology remaining anywhere in the world, power armor of a quality that surpassed what even the Brotherhood of Steel possessed, weaponry that was genuinely devastating, medical and scientific capabilities that could accomplish things the wasteland considered impossible. The internal culture of the oil rig was a kind of social compression chamber. The people who had grown up there were generations removed from the actual pre-war United States, but they maintained its institutional forms with an almost religious fidelity. Rank mattered, chain of command was observed. The cultural trappings of old-world American governance were preserved in careful ritual, not because they served obvious functional purposes, but because they were the identity markers that distinguished the Enclave from the chaos outside its walls. To abandon those forms would have been to admit that the thing they were preserving might not be worth preserving. Frank Horrigan was the Enclave's most powerful physical asset and one of Fallout 2's most memorable antagonists. He had been a soldier before becoming what he was, an ordinary serviceman who had been subjected to the Enclave's supermutant research as part of an experimental program and had survived the process in a form that was no longer entirely recognizable as human. He had been fitted with a suit of advanced power armor that had been permanently integrated with his body, a merger of machine and mutated flesh that gave him capabilities far beyond any conventional combatant. What made Horrigan interesting beyond his role as a final physical obstacle was the texture of his psychology. He had not lost his sense of self in the transformation. He still understood himself as a soldier, still operated within the framework of duty and order that the Enclave had given him. His loyalty to the Enclave was absolute, and it was not the loyalty of a broken mind, but of someone who had found the only identity available to him and had committed to it completely. The horror of Horrigan was not simply what he had become physically, it was that someone had made him this way and called it service. The new California Republic was the game's example of what successful post-war institution building looked like from the inside. It had grown from the chaos that Vault 15's diverse and quarrelsome population had generated when that vault opened, factions forming and dispersing, and eventually, through a long series of conflicts and negotiations, coalescing around a governing structure that borrowed its framework from pre-war democratic forms. By the time of Fallout 2, the NCR was a genuine political entity with a president, a Congress, an army, and an economy. President Tandy was one of the most important characters in the broader Fallout universe, connecting the events of the first game to the world of the second in a way that gave the series a sense of coherent history. She had been a young woman in the first Fallout, a resident of the town of Shady Sands, who had been kidnapped by raiders and rescued by the Vault Dweller. Decades later, she had grown into the NCR's most consequential political leader, a figure whose tenure had shaped the Republic's values and its direction in ways that would still be visible in Fallout New Vegas. Tandy's governing philosophy was pragmatic in the best sense of that word. She believed in building durable institutions rather than charismatic movements, in the slow accumulation of capacity and trust over the quick victories of force. She was not naive about the wasteland's dangers, but she believed that the only way to genuinely address those dangers was to build systems that could outlast any individual's lifespan. The NCR she governed was imperfect, riven with the corruption and inefficiency that any large organization develops, but it was trying to be something that most of the wasteland was not, which was a society that could keep growing. The NCR's relationship to Vault 15 was one of the game's more nuanced political threads. The Vault had been home to a diverse population that fractured after opening, with different groups eventually forming raider gangs, smaller settlements, and the proto-community that became the NCR. The Khans, one of the raider groups that had emerged from Vault 15's collapse, had continued their existence in the region and represented an ongoing challenge to the NCR's expansion northward. The vault itself had been occupied by another raider group called the Squat, and the information contained in its computers was important enough to the NCR's expansion plans that recovering it became a mission objective. The Brotherhood of Steel appeared in Fallout 2 in a form that reflected the organization's particular relationship with the post-war world. Unlike the new California Republic, which was building outward and looking for ways to bring more people under its umbrella, the Brotherhood had always been fundamentally inward-facing. Its mission was the preservation and study of technology, and its institutional culture was built around the idea that this mission was best served by controlling access to that technology rather than distributing it. The Fallout 2 era Brotherhood was somewhat more dispersed than the organization would appear in later games. Individual paladins and members were present throughout the region, but the organization's central installation remained in the Lost Hills Bunker, the pre-war military facility that had been the Brotherhood's original home. The Brotherhood in this period was navigating questions about its own purpose that it would continue to struggle with across the series, questions about whether hoarding knowledge served the wasteland better than sharing it, about whether the obligation to preserve technology was compatible with the obligation to use it for human benefit. The relationship between the Brotherhood and the Enclave was one of the game's more carefully handled background tensions. Both organizations preserved pre-war technology as a central mission. Both maintained higher technological standards than the surrounding wasteland, but their underlying philosophies were fundamentally incompatible. The Brotherhood, for all its flaws, had never articulated a plan to kill the wasteland's population. Its paternalism was the paternalism of people who believed others couldn't be trusted with powerful things, not the paternalism of people who believed others deserved to die. The story of Hakunin, the shaman of Arroyo, ran through the background of Fallout 2 like a quiet current. He appeared to the Chosen One in dreams during the journey, sharing visions of the village's deteriorating condition that added urgency to what might otherwise have felt like a purely external mission. The dream sequences were among the game's more atmospheric moments, using the language of vision and myth to communicate things that the ordinary dialogue systems could not quite reach. Hakunin was a healer and a keeper of Arroyo's spiritual traditions, a figure who understood the village's relationship to the land in terms that were not simply practical. His visions came from a genuine attunement to the community he served, a sensitivity to its well-being that manifested in ways that the modern worldview might have called mystical, but that the game presented as simply another form of knowledge. His distress as the village's situation worsened was not performed anxiety, but the specific grief of someone watching something he had dedicated his life to protecting begin to fail. The Elder of Arroyo carried her own complexity. She had sent the Chosen One out knowing the risks, knowing that the journey might consume the person who undertook it, knowing that the village's survival was worth that cost. This was not a decision she had made lightly, and the weight of it was visible in the few interactions the player could have with her. She understood the Vault Dweller's story not as a triumph, but as a transaction, a person who gave everything for something important and who received in return the bare fact of having done something necessary. She hoped the Chosen One would fare better, but she did not pretend the stakes were low. The Chosen One's character in Fallout 2 was defined more completely by the game's systems than by any predetermined personality. The special system, which governed attributes across the entire Fallout series, allowed the player to construct a protagonist who could approach the wasteland's challenges in radically different ways. A character with high intelligence could talk their way through situations that a less verbal person would have to fight through. A character built around stealth could operate in locations that a more direct person would find impenetrable. A character with strong charisma could build relationships and gather companions in ways that reshaped the practical balance of dangerous encounters. This flexibility was not merely mechanical convenience. It was the game's central philosophical statement about how the wasteland worked. Success in Fallout 2 was not primarily a matter of having the biggest weapon or the most hit points. It was a matter of understanding contexts, of reading situations carefully enough to identify what they actually required, of applying the right kind of capability to the right kind of problem. The game rewarded intelligence and observation in ways that many games of its era did not, and this reward structure communicated something genuine about what it took to survive in a world where resources were genuinely scarce. Companions were an important dimension of the journey, both practically and narratively. Vic, the trader mechanic, was recovered from the den and brought his knowledge of the region's geography and his mechanical skills to the group. Cassidy, a wandering mercenary with a complicated personal history, offered fighting capability and a dry commentary on the wasteland's absurdities. Marcus, the super mutant, if recruited in Broken Hills, brought enormous physical capacity and the particular perspective of someone who had fought on multiple sides of the war and survived long enough to wonder what it had all been for. Sulik, a tribal warrior from a community south of Klamath, carried his own quest running beneath the main story, searching for a sister taken by slavers. The question of Jet was more than a drug plot. It was the game's mechanism for exploring how power maintains itself in environments where formal authority does not exist. The Mordino family had not invented Jet with particularly grand ambitions. They had identified a demand, found a supply, and organized a distribution network. The fact that the product was destroying the people who used it was in their calculus irrelevant. Demand was demand. In a world without regulatory structures, without a government capable of limiting what could be sold, or mandating warnings, or providing treatment for addiction, the market simply existed and people fell into it. The irony that Myron, the young scientist who had technically created Jet on behalf of the Mordinos, had no awareness of the Enclave's involvement in the compound's origins was a detail that the game embedded without calling excessive attention to it. Myron believed he was the author of something terrible, and he was, in the narrow sense that he had done the chemistry. But the deeper engineering of Jet, the selection of its specific properties, the manner in which it had been introduced to the region, those choices had been made in places Myron had never been by people who would not have acknowledged his existence. He was a pawn who thought he was a player. The cure for Jet addiction, buried in the quest lines associated with both Myron and the doctors at Vault City, was a mission thread that connected personal suffering to institutional indifference. Vault City had the medical capability to synthesize a treatment. They had no particular incentive to share it with the outside world. The chosen one navigating this problem had to weigh the immediate benefit of solving Jet addiction for specific individuals against the political calculations of dealing with an entity like Vault City, which gave nothing without expecting something in return. The Raiders of the Wasteland existed across Fallout 2 as a persistent background fact rather than a coherent antagonist. Different groups operated under different names and different organizational structures in different regions, but they shared a common economic logic. In a world without reliable agriculture, without stable trade networks, without the institutions that normally allow people to accumulate resources through productive work, raiding was one of the strategies available to people who were strong enough to take things and desperate enough to do it. The game did not romanticize this, but it did not entirely dehumanize it either. The Khans were the most historically significant raider group in Fallout 2, having emerged from the collapse of Vault 15's population and carried the memory of that origin in their name and their structure. They were a problem for the NCR, not simply because they raided settlements, which they did, but because their presence in a region the NCR wanted to incorporate made that incorporation significantly harder. The political math of expansion required that the territories being absorbed be safe enough for the people who joined to see the NCR as a protection rather than a competitor, and the Khans undermined that calculation. The village of Modoc sat on a farming route and presented a different kind of wasteland community than most of what the Chosen One encountered. It was genuinely rural in a way that even Arroyo, with its canyon isolation, was not, a settlement built around the growing of food and the peaceful management of daily life. The mysteries buried beneath Modoc were the kind of low-stakes horror that the game embedded in unlikely places, discoveries that did not connect to the main story, but that illuminated the ways that post-war communities developed their own secrets over time. The tanker that sat in the San Francisco Bay was one of the more memorable images in Fallout 2, a massive pre-war vessel that had been colonized by a community of people who had built their entire existence around it. The Hebologists had made the tanker their base of operations, a group whose theology was a deliberate and transparently satirical portrait of certain real-world religious movements that had attracted considerable public attention in the years before the game's release. Their belief system revolved around the idea that advanced technology could free the spirit from biological limitation, and their plan to refuel and launch the tanker into space was the practical expression of that belief. San Francisco itself, in Fallout 2's rendering, was a city that had survived the war in better physical condition than most, its geography and the particular trajectory of the strikes having spared it from the most complete devastation. Two major factions had made the city their home, the Hubologists and the Shiri. The Shiri were descendants of a Chinese submarine crew that had been stranded in the bay when the war began, a community that had grown across generations from that unlikely origin into a sophisticated society with advanced botanical and chemical research capabilities. The Shiri Emperor was a computer, the vessel's original navigation and command system that had been repurposed by successive generations into something approaching a governing authority. The Shiri people maintained their relationship to this machine with a reverence that was not quite religious and not quite secular, but something in between, the product of generations of dependence on a system that had genuinely helped them survive. The computer's pronouncements were treated as guidance, its calculations as wisdom, its operational demands as civic obligation. The final approach to the Enclave was structured around the recovery of a vertibird fuel delivery system, a series of quests that required the Chosen One to gather components and resources scattered across the region before the tanker could be made seaworthy enough to reach the oil rig. This structure was the game's way of ensuring that the player had engaged with enough of the world before arriving at its conclusion that the decision to destroy the Enclave came from someone who had seen what the Enclave's survival would mean for the people of New Reno and Vault City and Gecko and Arroyo. The oil rig itself was designed as a concentrated experience of everything the Enclave represented. Its corridors were clean in a way that nothing in the wasteland was. Its personnel moved with the practiced efficiency of an organization that had maintained discipline across decades of isolation. Its laboratories contained experiments that would have been disturbing in a peaceful world and were simply evidence of purpose in this one. The Chosen One moving through those spaces was encountering not just a military installation, but a vision of what the people inside it believed the future should look like. The rescue of Arroyo's kidnapped residents, who had been taken by Enclave soldiers and brought to the oil rig for use in the FEV modification experiments, gave the final sequence a personal urgency that the abstract horror of genocide could not quite supply on its own. The Elder was there. Hakonen's herbs and visions had brought the Chosen One to this moment, and the moment required that the survivors be found and led out before the platform's systems were triggered to destroy everything that remained. The destruction of the oil rig was not a clean victory in the way that some games offer. The Enclave as an organization was not ended by the destruction of its primary installation. Its ideology, the belief in the supremacy of the unirradiated, the willingness to define some human beings as not human enough to deserve survival, that ideology persisted in surviving members who dispersed across the wasteland. The ending slides of Fallout 2 acknowledge this implicitly, showing futures for the game's various settlements that were shaped by the Chosen One's actions, but that did not pretend the world had been made simply safe. The ending of Arroyo, when the GECK was finally deployed in the village's soil, was rendered with the quiet satisfaction of something that had been worth the effort. The crops grew. The water became cleaner. The people who had sent their best person into a dangerous world because they had no other option watched the land respond to what the device contained and understood that the cost of the journey had been, in this specific transaction, worth it. The Chosen One returned to a village that was still small, still perched in its canyon, still far from the centers of regional power. But it was alive, and it had a future. The broader implications of the game's events rippled outward through the ending slides in ways that made Fallout 2 feel like a genuine history rather than a story. The NCR's expansion continued, shaped by what had happened in Vault 15 and Redding and the Den. Vault City's position became more complicated as the realities of regional politics pressed in on its carefully maintained isolation. New Reno's families adjusted to new power balances based on which alliances had been made and which enemies had been cleared. Each location had not simply been a quest location, but a community with a trajectory, and the game honored those trajectories by following them to their conclusions. Marcus leaving Broken Hills to search for surviving Unity members in the West was a detail that planted a seed for the later Fallout series, connecting the world of the second game to what would eventually appear in Fallout New Vegas and beyond. The super mutant community's dispersal after the mine's uranium ran out was presented without sentimentality, but also without contempt, the end of something that had been genuinely worthwhile while it lasted. The development history of Fallout 2 is a story that runs parallel to its lore and casts light on both. The game was created by Black Isle Studios under enormous pressure, with a development window that most of the team understood was insufficient for what they were trying to build. The original Fallout creators had largely departed by the time serious work began, and the team that remained made the choice to interpret that departure as an opportunity rather than a loss. They took the framework they had inherited and pushed it in directions that were sometimes broader and sometimes stranger than what had come before. The game was larger than its predecessor by design, built on the explicit mandate that it needed to be approximately 50% bigger in terms of content and world. Achieving that target in the available time required decisions about what to include and what to abandon, and some of the most interesting features that were planned did not survive those decisions. Several towns and story elements were designed but not implemented, victims of the schedule rather than failures of imagination. The game was shipped with bugs that the team knew about, but could not fully address in the time available, and some of those bugs had effects on ending slides that changed the outcomes players received from the ones the writers had intended. Tim Kane's departure from the project before its completion was a loss that the remaining developers acknowledged privately while demonstrating through the finished game that his absence had not been fatal. The team found its own voice in Fallout 2, one that was perhaps less controlled and more willing to indulge the absurd edges of the setting than the first game had been. The pop culture references and the fourth wall adjacent humor that appeared in certain parts of the game were divisive responses, with some players finding them a welcome lightness in a dark world and others finding them a tonal inconsistency that broke immersion. The special system, as it appeared in Fallout 2, represented an expansion of the original game's mechanics that gave players significantly more granular control over how their character developed. The 7 core attributes, strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck, were each more consequential here than in the first game, with their effects rippling through skill calculations, dialogue options, and the reactions of the world's inhabitants in ways that rewarded both planning and experimentation. Perks were the system that most completely expressed Fallout 2's approach to character building, the idea that your character was not simply a collection of numbers, but a specific kind of person with specific capabilities shaped by specific experiences. Every few levels, the player selected a perk that modified how their character interacted with the world in ways that could not be fully captured by skill point allocation alone. Some perks opened entirely new dialogue options. Some made certain types of combat more effective. Some had effects that were subtle enough to be easily missed, but that became significant over the course of a long playthrough. The karma and reputation systems in Fallout 2 created a social world that responded to the player's choices in ways that felt more organic than a simple points-based evaluation. Different settlements and factions tracked their own relationships with the Chosen One independently, meaning that an action that improved standing with the NCR might simultaneously damage a relationship with a group that opposed NCR expansion. These intersecting reputations created a form of social complexity that matched the game's themes about faction and loyalty and the difficulty of acting well in a world where most significant choices had costs. The wasteland ecology of Fallout 2's California was one of its most carefully considered environmental achievements. The mutations that had affected the region's flora and fauna since the war were rendered with a specificity that made them feel like the products of genuine biological processes rather than simply decorative strangeness. Brahmin were everywhere because they were useful, and their ubiquity reflected the ecological logic of a world where large, relatively tractable animals with multiple food and labor outputs would be disproportionately valuable. Rad scorpions occupied the same defensive ecological niches that scorpions had always occupied, amplified in scale and lethality by the same pressures that had transformed most of the living world. Gecko ghouls were one of the more thoughtful biological details in the game's regional ecology. The standard ghouls of the wasteland, including the residents of the Gecko settlement, were human survivors of radiation exposure who had been transformed in ways that extended their lifespans while altering their physiology significantly. The feral ghouls encountered as enemies in various locations were a reminder that the transformation was not uniformly benign, that some who had been exposed had lost the cognitive capacity to remain social in any meaningful sense while retaining the physical durability that radiation had granted. The Night Stalker creatures, the various mutant predators that populated the wilderness between settlements, existed in Fallout 2 as constant reminders that the wilderness was genuinely dangerous rather than merely aesthetically threatening. Travel between locations required resource management and attention to the risks of random encounters, a design choice that kept the world feeling inhabited and hazardous in a way that purely landmark-based travel would not have achieved. The relationship between Fallout 2 and the concept of karma was not simply mechanical, but genuinely thematic, a meditation on the question of what ethical behavior looks like in an environment where conventional ethics have been stripped of their institutional supports. The wasteland had no courts, no police forces capable of reaching everywhere, no reliable social consequences for most forms of harm. What it had was the accumulated weight of reputation, the way that communities talk to each other across the distances of the map, and the internal accounting that the player character carried, regardless of what the external world could see. The Chosen One could become many different kinds of person over the course of the game. They could be a champion of communities, someone who cleared threats and solved problems and left settlements better than they found them. They could be a figure of fear, someone whose willingness to use force and whose indifference to who got hurt made the wasteland more dangerous. They could be an operator, moving between factions without strong loyalty to any of them, collecting favors and information and resources with the practical efficiency of a very good trader. The game did not insist on any of these as the correct approach, but it tracked which one you were choosing and adjusted the world's response accordingly. The concept of tribal identity that the game introduced through Arroyo and expanded through the encounters with various communities across the map was a careful observation about how human beings construct meaning and belonging in the absence of larger institutional structures. The tribal ceremony, the ritual of the coming-of-age test, the reverence for the ancestors' journal, these were not primitive superstitions, but genuine social technologies, mechanisms for creating and maintaining the shared identity that makes cooperation possible. The post-war world had not abandoned human nature. It had given that nature a new set of materials to work with. Fallout 2's place in the broader Fallout timeline was more significant than a simple sequel relationship might suggest. The events of the game shaped the world that later entries in the series would inherit in ways that were fundamental rather than incidental. The new California Republic that dominated Fallout New Vegas's political landscape was the direct descendant of the organization that the Chosen One had helped stabilize and expand. The details of the first Vault Dweller's life, filled in by Fallout 2's framing story, gave the series a biographical depth that connected the player's actions in the first game to the world of the second. The Enclave, having survived the destruction of the oil rig in scattered form, would appear again in Fallout 3 on the East Coast, carrying the same ideology into a new geography. Their presence in that later game made more sense understood against the background of their defeat in California as the remnant of an organization that had been broken but not ended, continuing to believe in its mission even after the institutional structure that had housed that mission had been destroyed. The vertibirds that the Enclave used in Fallout 3 were descendants of the same technology that had appeared so ominously in Fallout 2's opening cinematic. Marcus, who left Broken Hills at the game's conclusion to search for surviving Unity members in the West, would eventually be found in Fallout New Vegas near Jacobstown, a mountain community of super mutants who had created a refuge where their kind could live without constant conflict. His presence there, older and more reflective than ever, carried the weight of everything he had seen from the Unity's defeat through the events of Fallout 2 and beyond, a living record of the series' history preserved in an aging mutant's carefully maintained patience. The philosophical questions embedded in Fallout 2's lore were not decorative. They were the engine that drove the game's emotional resonance, the reason that a story about a tribal person looking for a gardening device could sustain 100 hours of engagement without exhausting its depth. The central question was one that the first Fallout had introduced, and that the second explored from more angles, which was the question of what humanity means when the civilization that has historically defined humanity is gone. The Enclave's answer to this question was genetic. Humanity was a biological category defined by the absence of radiation-induced mutation, and everything that had been exposed was something other than human, regardless of how it thought or felt or behaved. This answer had the advantage of clarity and the disadvantage of requiring the murder of almost everyone alive. The NCR's implicit answer was institutional. Humanity was something you built and maintained through systems of law and governance and social obligation, and the Republic was humanity's current, best expression, even in its imperfect form. The tribal communities like Arroyo offered a third answer, one organized around continuity and memory and the practices that kept a community connected to its origins. None of these answers was presented as simply correct. The game was careful to show the costs and the limitations of each. The NCR's institutional humanity was subject to the same corruption and inefficiency that had undermined human institutions throughout history. The tribal answer depended on the survival of specific memories and specific places in ways that made it fragile. Even the Enclave's answer, as monstrous as its implementation was, came from a genuine desire to preserve something real, however disastrously they had identified what that something was. The texture of daily life in Fallout 2's settlements was one of the game's enduring contributions to the series. Each community had developed specific economic practices, specific social hierarchies, specific relationships to the technology they possessed and the technology they lacked. Vault City's medical clinics and their carefully rationed services were a concentrated image of how advanced capability creates new forms of inequality when it is not distributed but controlled. New Reno's economy of vice was a specific form of the more general observation that human desires do not disappear in catastrophe, but find new expressions within new constraints. The water merchants who traveled between settlements, trading the most basic of necessities, were part of a logistical infrastructure that the game rendered as background detail, but that represented genuine economic thinking about post-war survival. Water purification technology had become one of the region's most valuable commodities. For the same reason, it had always been valuable. Life required it. The communities that could produce it had leverage over the ones that could not, a dynamic that Vault City's origins in Vault 8's water purification technology illustrated in concentrated form. The caravan routes that connected the game's various locations were not simply gameplay conveniences, but representations of the economic interdependency that was gradually knitting the wasteland's communities together into something that might eventually become a regional civilization. The NCR was the most advanced expression of this tendency, but even outside the NCR's borders, the same logic was operating, the same recognition that isolation was a form of vulnerability, and that trade, however imperfect, was better than self-sufficiency. The moment of the Chosen One's confrontation with Frank Horrigan at the oil rig was one of the game's most kinetically charged encounters, but its emotional weight came from everything that had accumulated before it. By the time the player reached Horrigan, they had spent hours in a world that Horrigan and the Enclave were planning to kill. The people of Arroyo who had been kidnapped and brought to the platform were somewhere in those corridors. The Elder's trust, Hakunin's visions, the investments of every companion who had made the journey. These were the emotional stakes that made the mechanical challenge of the fight meaningful rather than simply difficult. The ending of the oil rig's systems and the escape of the survivors through the platform's corridors as the structure destabilized was structured as a race against the consequences of a decision the Chosen One had made. This was the game's final test of the qualities that the journey had demanded, the ability to move quickly and decisively under pressure, to keep track of what mattered, to not lose the people who were depending on you in the chaos of an ending that was not neatly controlled. The vertibird that carried the survivors away from the oil rig as it collapsed behind them was the closest thing the game offered to triumph. The ending slides of Fallout 2 were not a celebration. They were a reckoning, a systematic accounting of what the Chosen One's choices had made possible and what they had failed to prevent. Some communities had been helped in ways that produced good futures. Some had been helped in ways that produced futures that were better but still complicated. Some had been left to their own devices and had arrived at outcomes that reflected that absence. The game did not pretend that good intentions reliably produced good results, or that the most heroic possible choices guaranteed the most positive possible outcomes. The NCR's continued expansion was presented as genuinely good for the stability of the region, while also being genuinely concerning in its implications for the smaller communities that would eventually be absorbed or marginalized by it. Power always does this. The republic that represented the best available option for regional governance also represented the kind of scale at which governance begins to serve itself as much as the people it claims to represent. The ending slides acknowledge this without resolving it, because it was the kind of tension that does not resolve in a generation. Arroyo's future, with the GECK deployed and the land beginning to recover its capacity for growth, was the closest the game came to a genuinely hopeful note. The village that had sent its chosen person into a dangerous world and waited had received something real in return. The crops would grow. The children of the people who had prayed for this would grow up in a place that could feed them. This was not the end of difficulty or danger, or the larger questions that the wasteland still posed, but it was enough to go on with, and in Fallout 2's moral economy, enough to go on with was as much as anyone could honestly ask for. The legacy of Fallout 2 within the game series it helped define was one of the more interesting conversations in the history of the medium. The game had been made under circumstances that should not have produced anything remarkable and had produced something that many players considered the high point of the original RPG format. A game whose combination of moral complexity, world-building depth, and mechanical flexibility had rarely been matched in the decades since its release. The darker and more satirical tone of Fallout 2, its willingness to engage with difficult social themes through the lens of a world stripped of civilization's polite fictions, had become a touchstone for a certain vision of what the Fallout series should be. The new California Republic, whose foundations the game laid with such care, would eventually become the primary political entity of the West Coast wasteland, providing the backdrop for Fallout New Vegas's political conflicts a decade later in game time and a decade later in real time as well. The Chosen One's story did not end with the game's final slide. They lived on in the world they had helped shape, in the settlements that had been improved or damaged by their presence, in the political structures that bore the marks of their interventions, in the people who carried the memory of a wanderer from the canyon country who had come through their community and left it different. The Vault Dweller had wandered north and founded a village. The Chosen One had wandered south and found a world. Both had left it slightly more inhabitable than they had found it, which was in the end the only thing the wasteland ever asked of anyone. There is a quality to the best wasteland stories that resists easy summarization, a texture of accumulated detail and quiet observation that makes the world feel inhabited rather than merely imagined. Fallout 2 had this quality in abundance, built from hundreds of small decisions about what a post-nuclear California would actually look like, how the people living in it would actually speak and organize and argue and cooperate, what they would remember of the world before, and what they would have invented to replace what was lost. The Canyon of Arroyo remained in its geography, unchanged by the events of the game, the rock formations that had sheltered the tribe through 80 years of wasteland history, continuing to stand against the wind as they had always stood. The crops that grew from GECK treated soil were the same crops the Vault Dweller's journal had described planting in the early years of the village's existence, varieties that had been chosen for resilience and adapted over generations to the specific conditions of that specific ground. The evening fires where the stories were told still burned, and now there were new stories to tell, stories about a journey south and the things that had been found there and the cost at which they had been obtained. The wasteland did not become simple after Fallout 2's events. It did not become safe. The NCR continued to expand and to make the compromises that expansion required. New Reno continued to be what it had always been. The ghouls and the humans and the super mutants of the various communities continued to navigate the tensions that their cohabitation created, some of them finding ways forward and some of them failing. The world went on being what it was, which was hard and complicated and occasionally beautiful and never quite finished. Somewhere in the evening quiet, the sound of the wasteland settling into itself, the distant call of creatures that had no name in the old world's taxonomies, the soft percussion of wind against salvaged walls, there was something that felt, if not like peace, then at least like the absence of the worst things. And that was, in the lore of Fallout 2, what hope sounded like. The Chosen One's name was not recorded in any official document. The NCR's archives which were the most comprehensive record-keeping system in the region by the time those archives were assembled, contained references to the events of the oil rig's destruction without preserving the identity of the person who had made it possible. This was not an oversight, but a reflection of how history actually works in the absence of institutions designed to preserve individual stories. The large events get recorded. The people who made them happen become, over time, a kind of category, the hero of the particular moment, the wanderer from the canyon. Hakunen's dreams had shown the Chosen One the path to the oil rig before the path was fully visible, and after the journey was complete, those dreams stopped. The shaman who had served as the village's spiritual antenna returned to the daily practice of healing and ceremony, his visions no longer reaching across the distance between Arroyo and the structures of power that had threatened it. The link that the crisis had created between his sensitivity and the larger world's movements closed, and he was again simply what he had always been, a keeper of a small community's connection to its own meaning. The world of Fallout 2 was finally a world that believed in the possibility of improvement without pretending that improvement was inevitable or easy or clean. Its communities were trying. Its people were working toward futures they could not fully see, guided by values that had been assembled from the wreckage of a civilization that had destroyed itself through its inability to take seriously the costs of its own choices. The lesson was not that humanity was doomed to repeat its mistakes. The lesson was that the margin between repetition and change was thin, and that it required constant attention from people who were willing to pay it. The Garden of Eden creation kit, the device that the whole journey had been organized around, was a piece of pre-war technology designed by people who had understood, at some level, that the world they were building might not survive. Someone at Vault Tech had thought through what it would take to rebuild agriculture from nothing, had assembled the components of that rebuilding into a portable package, and had included one in every vault as standard equipment. This was either extraordinary foresight or an acknowledgement of guilt, the recognition that the civilization building those bombs knew what it was risking and chose to prepare for the worst rather than prevent it. The canyon still held the village still held the memory, and the memory carried forward in the careful repetition of ceremony and story held the understanding that survival was not simply biological but moral, that staying alive long enough to matter required knowing what you were staying alive for. That understanding, fragile and honest and hard-won, was the inheritance the vault dweller had left to Arroyo, and that Arroyo had sent back out into the world in the form of a chosen one who had found a way to justify the name. The fires burned low in the canyon as the wasteland settled into another of its ancient nights, and the stars above California were the same stars that had watched all of this happen, indifferent and bright and very, very old, and in the hush that followed there was room to rest and to let the long story of Fallout 2 close softly over everything like dust over ruins, like sky over the last light of a day that had been difficult and necessary and, in its particular way, enough. The story of how Vault 15's diverse population fractured after its doors opened deserves closer attention than the main quest provides. When the Vault's residents had lived together through the sealed years, they had managed the tensions of their deliberately designed diversity through necessity and proximity. The Vault's designers had, true to the general Vault Tech philosophy, selected a population that would have difficulty maintaining social cohesion, mixing people of genuinely incompatible political and cultural backgrounds and sealing them together to observe the results. The fact that they had survived the sealed period at all was a tribute to human adaptability rather than an endorsement of the experiment. When the vault opened, The pressures that had been contained by the walls reasserted themselves with the added force of all the years they had been suppressed. Groups formed around the affiliations they had brought with them or had developed in the vault, and the greater world outside provided the space they needed to separate. Some moved toward what would become the foundations of the NCR, drawn by the practical appeal of organization and the ideological memory of democratic governance. Others found the freedom of the wasteland more appealing than any structure, and their children would eventually form the raider gangs that bore family names across the region. The original Vault 15 location became a layered archaeological site of the wasteland's social history. The squat that occupied it by the time of Fallout 2's events was several generations removed from the vault's original population, squatters who had built their marginal community over the vault's entrance without necessarily understanding what was beneath them. Below the squat was the vault's still-sealed lower levels, containing computer records that the NCR wanted and the cons were using as a base. The 3 layers of occupation told the story of a century of post-war California compressed into a single geographic point. The Hubologists of San Francisco were the game's most extended satirical portrait, a community whose theology was rendered with enough specific detail to be unmistakably pointed without quite crossing into defamation of actual living organizations. Their belief system held that humanity had once been star travelers, beings of far greater spiritual capacity than the current form allowed, and that advanced technology could unlock the pathways back to that original state. They had an elaborate hierarchy of spiritual advancement, ranks achieved through rituals and assessments that bore an uncomfortable resemblance to certain real-world organizational structures. What made the Hubologists interesting beyond their satirical function was the genuine emotional need that their theology addressed. The post-war world was one in which the most powerful explanatory frameworks people had previously used to understand their lives had been severely tested. The idea that human civilization represented progress, that the accumulated work of history was moving towards something better, had become very hard to maintain standing in the ruins of what that civilization had produced. Into this vacuum, the Hubologists had introduced a framework that explained the disaster as an interruption rather than an endpoint, that placed the wasteland's suffering in a larger narrative of cosmic return. Their plan to launch a repaired tanker as the first step of a journey to the stars was not simply delusional. It was the expression of a genuine yearning, the desire to escape a world that had been broken beyond simple repair, to reach something outside the atmosphere of consequences where a new beginning might actually be possible. The Chosen One could help them fuel the tanker without endorsing their theology, using their organizational capacity and their control of the Bay as a practical resource while remaining agnostic about their cosmological claims. The Shiri of San Francisco maintained a more grounded relationship to technology and to their own origins. The Chinese submarine crew, who had been their founders, had been stranded in the Bay by a war that had ended while they were underwater, surfacing into a world that had no place for them. Their survival had required immediate practical improvisation, the conversion of the submarine into a refuge, the establishment of water and food sources, the gradual building of connections to the surviving populations of the city above. The skills that had made them effective military personnel, their discipline and their technical competence, and their ability to function in confined and hostile environments had become the foundations of a civilian community. The Shire Emperor computer had grown into its governance role gradually, as the submarine's systems were repurposed and as subsequent generations found that the computer's dispassionate processing of information produced better guidance than purely human political contestation. The Shire people had developed a relationship to their machine emperor that combined practical deference with genuine reverence, not quite the worship of a god, but something more than the use of a tool. The computer had been there longer than anyone alive. It remembered things that no living person did. Its advice had been right often enough that doubting it felt like ingratitude. The Shah's botanical and chemical research represented a different model of post-war technological development than anything else in the region. While the Brotherhood hoarded technology and the Enclave developed weapons, the Shir had directed their considerable capabilities toward the life sciences, toward understanding how the mutated organisms of the New World worked and what they contained that might be useful. Their gardens were among the most carefully maintained biological environments in California, a quiet pride that expressed itself in the quality of their medicines and the variety of their cultivated species. The relationship between the new California Republic and the other settlements of the region was the political substrate underlying much of the game's activity. The NCR was not simply an expansionist power in the conventional military sense. It grew primarily through invitation and economic integration, offering the infrastructure of governance, trade protection, currency stability, and dispute resolution to communities that found those services valuable enough to accept the obligations of membership. This model of expansion was slower and messier than conquest, but produced a more durable form of incorporation. The NCR's military was a genuine army rather than a raider band, organized and equipped and operating under something recognizable as rules of engagement. This did not make it incapable of causing harm, as any military can cause harm, but it meant that the NCR's soldiers were generally accountable to an institutional structure that raider groups were not. Veterans of NCR campaigns had a career path that extended beyond the campaigns themselves, a pension system, and a civic identity that made military service part of a larger social contract rather than simply a means of acquiring what violence could take. President Tandy's relationship with the Vault Dweller had been formative in ways that she rarely discussed directly, but that shaped her politics throughout her tenure. She had been a child when the Wanderer from the Vault had come to Shady Sands, and the experience of being kidnapped by the Khans and rescued had given her a visceral understanding of what the absence of protection felt like and what its presence was worth. Her commitment to building an institution that could genuinely protect people, not just in the moment of acute crisis, but in the sustained way that allowed communities to plan for the future, was rooted in that early experience. Cassidy, one of the Chosen One's potential companions, carried a history that exemplified the kind of individual story the wasteland generated in abundance. He was a former caravan guard who had settled in the town of Vault City's outlying area after a career that had taken him across the region. His medical condition, a heart problem that made stimulants genuinely dangerous for him, was one of the game's more memorable companion details, a vulnerability that required the player to manage companion equipment with some attention. His dry commentary on the wasteland and its inhabitants was among the wittiest companion dialogue in the game. Vic's story was simpler, but no less resonant. He had been a trader and mechanic in the Klamath area before his enslavement in the Den, and his restoration to freedom was one of the first genuinely good things the Chosen One could accomplish on the journey south. His mechanical skills were practical assets, and his knowledge of the region's geography and social dynamics made him a valuable source of information about what lay ahead. He was also simply grateful in a way that complicated the purely transactional relationship that the game might otherwise have established between companion and protagonist. Sulik's search for his sister, taken by slavers operating in the region south of Klamath, was a mission thread that the game introduced and then left somewhat unresolved, a reflection of the development pressures that had forced certain story elements to remain incomplete. But the incompleteness itself communicated something true about the wasteland, that not every search ended in recovery, that some people were lost to the system of exploitation and never found their way back. The economic geography of Fallout 2's California was carefully constructed to reflect genuine principles of how post-war economies would likely develop. The settlements closest to water sources had agricultural advantages that translated into political power. The communities that sat on natural trade routes accumulated more commerce than those that required detours to reach. The groups that possessed technical knowledge, whether medical, mechanical, or agricultural, had leverage over those that needed that knowledge and could not obtain it elsewhere. Redding's gold was valuable not primarily as jewelry or decoration, but as a medium of exchange, the property that made it useful being its relative scarcity, its durability, and its recognizability. The NCR had been working to establish a currency backed by this gold, an attempt to create the kind of monetary stability that would allow more complex economic relationships to develop across the region. Without a reliable medium of exchange, every transaction required barter, which was inefficient and limited the scale at which economic cooperation could occur. The drug economy centered in New Reno was the negative image of this productive development, an economic system that extracted value from its participants without creating the conditions for further growth. Jet addiction consumed the productive capacity of its users, transferring resources to the Mordinos and their suppliers, while leaving the addicted population less capable of generating the kind of sustained effort that building things required. The Enclave's original involvement in Jet's creation had understood this dynamic and had intended it precisely. The question of what the Enclave had been doing during the decades of its offshore isolation was one that the game answered through its laboratories and its records rather than through direct exposition. The forced evolutionary virus research had continued throughout this period, building on the pre-war experiments that had created the super mutant armies of the first game while pursuing a different endpoint. The Master had used FEV to create soldiers. The Enclave was using it to create a cleanser, a pathogen that could be released into the atmosphere and that would target the genetic markers of radiation exposure while leaving unirradiated human beings as unaffected. The scientific work required to achieve this modification was substantial, and it had consumed significant Enclave research resources across multiple administrations. President Richardson was not the first Enclave president to pursue this plan. It had been a strategic objective through several presidencies, adjusted and refined as the available science permitted, delayed by technical challenges and resource constraints, and the occasional internal dissent from researchers who retained enough connection to conventional ethics to object. By the time the Chosen One arrived at the oil rig, the work was close enough to completion that the plan was moving from research phase to operational phase. The human test subjects that the Enclave had acquired over the years, including the kidnapped residents of Arroyo by the game's end, were part of a research program that the Enclave scientists had sanitized through the language of necessity. The subjects were already compromised, in the Enclave's view. Their radiation exposure had placed them outside the category of human beings whose welfare required consideration. This logic, once accepted at any level, had no natural stopping point, because the same reasoning that justified using some people as research subjects could justify using anyone the Enclave chose to define as subhuman. The vertibirds that appeared in Fallout 2's opening cinematic and that the Enclave used for transport and operations were among the most technologically impressive artifacts in the wasteland. These tilt-rotor aircraft, capable of vertical takeoff and landing as well as high-speed horizontal flight, represented a category of military technology that no wasteland faction had managed to independently replicate. The Brotherhood of Steel could maintain some pre-war aircraft, but not at the operational level the Enclave achieved. The NCR had no air capability at all during this period. The Shah of San Francisco had developed their own interest in vertibird technology and the quest to steal vertibird plans from either the Shi or the Enclave for use in fueling the tanker was one of the late-game threads that connected San Francisco's factions to the oil rig approach. The plans themselves were not simply blueprints, but encoded technical documentation that required the kind of mechanical and aeronautical expertise that few people in the wasteland possessed. The Shir had wanted them for reasons connected to their own research and development ambitions, and the Enclave had them because vertibirds were standard Enclave military equipment. The fuel needed to operate the tanker had connections to the same infrastructure that maintained vertibird operations, an overlap that made the tanker mission and the oil rig mission practically connected in ways that the game's quest structure reflected. The Chosen One moving through San Francisco was not simply preparing for one assault, but assembling the pieces of a multi-part operation that required coordination across different locations and different factions. The ghouls who populated various locations throughout the game represented one of the more complex demographic facts of post-war California. They were human beings who had survived the initial nuclear exchanges through circumstances that had altered them in ways that extended their potential lifespan enormously while marking them as visibly different from baseline humanity. Some ghouls who appeared in Fallout 2 were potentially very old, their bodies having maintained function for decades beyond what would have been biologically possible before the war. The prejudice that ghouls faced was not a simple hatred of difference. It was, at its roots, a fear of what they represented, which was the visible evidence of what the bombs had done to human biology. Every ghoul was a walking testament to the transformation that radiation could cause, and for people who had managed to maintain the illusion that the world might still return to something like normality, the testimony was unwelcome. The irony that ghouls' extended lifespans gave them knowledge and experience that could genuinely benefit communities was an irony that prejudice rarely permitted to surface in the normal course of events. The Gecko settlement had developed a social culture that combined the particular resilience of people who had learned to expect hostility with the specific pleasures of a community that had found ways to enjoy itself anyway. The bars and informal gathering spaces of Gecko were lived in a way that Vault City's carefully maintained facilities were not, bearing the marks of actual use by people who were not performing respectability, but simply existing in their own space. The confrontation between this quality of life and Vault City's sterile superiority was one of the game's most pointed observations about the relationship between privilege and humanity. The Brotherhood of Steel's presence in the Fallout 2 region was more peripheral than it would be in the later games, but its institutional character was already fully formed. The Brotherhood in this period was in the process of developing the internal tensions that would eventually fracture it in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, the disagreement between those who believed that their mission of technological preservation required strict secrecy and those who believed that the wasteland's suffering demanded more active engagement. The individual Brotherhood members the Chosen One encountered were generally competent and often personally decent, the products of an organization that maintained high training standards and a genuine internal ethic, even when that ethic was poorly calibrated to the needs of the world outside its bunkers. The Paladins who had been assigned to field operations understood more about the wasteland's realities than the scholars who remained in the Lost Hills facility, and some of them had developed perspectives that chafed against the organization's institutional conservatism. The contrast between the Brotherhood and the Enclave on the question of technology's purpose was one that the game embedded in the background rather than foregrounding. Both organizations had superior technology relative to most of the wasteland. The Brotherhood used its technology to defend itself and occasionally to assist communities that it found worthy. The Enclave used its technology as an instrument of a plan that would have destroyed almost every community the Brotherhood had ever interacted with. The difference was not in capability, but in intention and intention was the variable that the game most consistently asked its players to evaluate. The settlements of Northern California that the Chosen One passed through had developed their own methods for marking the passage of time in a world that had lost the institutional framework of the pre-war calendar. Religious and quasi-religious observances served this function in some communities, their ceremonies anchoring the year-to-seasonal cycles in ways that the pre-war calendar had done by convention, and these new practices did by accumulated meaning. Arroyo's tribal ceremonies were the most elaborate example, but smaller versions of the same practice existed in most of the game's settlements. The concept of the elder, present in various forms across multiple communities, was the game's recognition that post-war societies had developed a reverence for lived experience and its preservation that the pre-war world had not uniformly maintained. In a world without books or films or formal education systems in most places, the memory held by long-lived individuals was the primary vehicle for the transmission of knowledge across generations. The politics of this situation were not simple, since elders could preserve wisdom or prejudice with equal fidelity, but the function itself was genuine, and the communities that neglected it paid costs that those which honored it did not. The Chosen One's age and relative inexperience at the journey's beginning was one of the game's quieter investments in the premise of growth. By the end of the story, the character who returned to Arroyo was not the same person who had left it. The Temple of Trials had been a test of what the candidate already was. The journey south had been a transformation, the education that the trial had prepared the person to receive. The question of memory in Fallout 2 was a question that the game explored through its relationship with the first game's events, as much as through its own narrative. The Chosen One was the grandchild, in some accounts, of the Vault Dweller, a person living 80 years in the shadow of someone who had become a legend within living memory of the Dust Village residents. The gap between the living person and the legendary ancestor was navigated differently by different characters in the game, some treating the Chosen One as a direct continuation of that legendary figure, and others treating the family connection as coincidental rather than determinative. The Vault Dweller's journal itself was one of the game's most significant documents, a text that existed within the fiction as both historical record and family artifact. It preserved a first-person voice, the specific perspective of one person's experience, against the tendency of time to smooth individual stories into categorical ones. The Vault Dweller had not been a symbol when they had written those pages. They had been a person, confused and determined and frequently uncertain, doing something difficult in conditions that did not reliably support success. The journal preserved that humanity against the legend. Hakonen's ability to reach the Chosen One in dreams across the distances of the journey raised questions that the game answered in the language of the tribal and the spiritual rather than the scientific. Whether his visions were genuinely prophetic or whether they were the product of a powerful emotional bond expressing itself in the dreaming mind of someone who carried that community's hopes, the game left ambiguous. What was not ambiguous was their effect, which was to keep Arroyo present in the Chosen One's awareness through the most distracting and demanding portions of the journey, a thread connecting the individual to the community even when the individual was furthest from home. The final stretch of Fallout 2's story, from the assembly of the tanker's requirements through the oil rig approach and the escape from its destruction, compressed the game's various thematic threads into their most concentrated form. The Chosen One who arrived at the oil rig was carrying the weight of every choice that had been made since leaving Arroyo, every community that had been helped or abandoned, every ally that had been made or lost, every piece of information that had been gathered about what the Enclave actually intended. The oil rig's physical design communicated the Enclave's self-image with every corridor. Everything was functional and clean and maintained with a precision that the wasteland never managed. The personnel moved with the practiced efficiency of people who had never experienced the chaos of the settlements outside the platform's walls. There was something genuinely impressive about what the Enclave had preserved, the operational capability of a pre-war military installation maintained across decades of isolation through sheer institutional will. The tragedy was that this impressive preservation served a plan that would have made the wasteland's suffering permanent rather than temporary. The survivors of Arroyo who had been brought to the oil rig for the Enclave's experiments were found in conditions that told the story of how the Enclave regarded them without requiring any further explanation. They were alive because the experiments required living subjects, but they were there as instruments rather than as people. Finding them and leading them out was the mission's most personal dimension, the retrieval of the specific human beings whose kidnapping had made the plan concrete rather than abstract. The world that the Chosen One left behind them when the vertibird carried the survivors away from the oil rig's collapsing structure was not a simplified world. The Enclave's defeat had removed the immediate catastrophic threat, but the conditions that had made the Enclave possible, the inequalities and the prejudices and the struggles over resources and power, those conditions persisted in the settlements that the ending slides described. The NCR was growing and would continue to grow. The ghouls and humans and supermutants of the various communities would continue to negotiate their cohabitations. The drug trade would continue to find buyers. What had changed was the removal of the immediate terminus, the point at which all of those complicated ongoing developments would have been ended by a pathogen released from an aircraft the Enclave no longer possessed. The future that the Wasteland's communities were building together, however imperfectly and contentiously, had been given more time to build. Whether they would use that time well was not something the game could promise, but something it could only hope, and it expressed that hope through the details of the ending slides, the small futures that the Chosen One's actions had made more possible. The Canyon of Arroyo, with its new crops and its recovering land, was the game's final image of what the hope looked like in practice, specific and small and sufficient. The largest threats required large responses, but the reasons for making those responses were always local and personal, rooted in the specific places and specific people that the wanderer carried in their memory while making the difficult decisions that the journey required. The wasteland does not end. It continues past the edges of every story told about it, past the closing slides and the final credits, past the last fire of the evening and into the next morning's uncertain light. The stories that survive are the ones worth carrying forward, and Fallout 2 was one of those stories, careful and honest, and built from the understanding that the world, however broken, was worth the effort of trying to understand it. The question of what it meant to be the Chosen One was one that the village had answered before the person who carried the title had any say in the matter. Being chosen is not the same as choosing, and that gap between designation and self-determination was something the Chosen One navigated across the entire length of the journey. The tribal community of Arroyo had invested its hopes in a specific individual because it had no other options, because the circumstances of the crisis had converged on this person at this moment in a way that felt like destiny, even when it was simply the intersection of need and proximity and the qualities that this particular person happened to possess. The Chosen One's freedom to be something other than what the title required was expressed through the game's systems more completely than through its narrative. The narrative gave them a mission and a name and a community that depended on them. The systems gave them the ability to be a different kind of person than the mission description suggested, to approach the wasteland's problems with selfishness or cruelty or casual indifference, to the communities that the framing story presented as worthy of care. This tension between the imposed identity and the player's agency was one of the ways the game engaged honestly with the question it was raising, because being chosen does not automatically make you good. The ending in which Arroyo survived and thrived was not the only possible ending. The game tracked choices and their consequences with enough fidelity that a chosen one who had made very different decisions would have returned to a different kind of situation or would not have returned at all. The range of possible outcomes was part of the game's argument that the wasteland's future was genuinely contingent on the choices of the people moving through it, that history was not a mechanism running toward a predetermined destination, but a process that the participants were shaping through each individual decision. The long-term consequences of the events of Fallout 2 extended forward through the series' timeline in ways that the game's designers could not entirely have anticipated. The world they built in Northern California became the foundation on which subsequent games constructed their own versions of the wasteland's future, each one building on the political and geographic and demographic details that Fallout 2 had established. The new California Republic that appears as the dominant Western power in Fallout New Vegas is the direct institutional descendant of the organization that the Chosen One helped stabilize, its expansion northward into Nevada, the fulfillment of tendencies visible in the game's ending slides. The Enclave's persistence beyond its oil rig defeat, its appearance on the East Coast in Fallout 3 carrying the same ideology in a different geography, was a reminder that ideas do not die with the institutions that house them. The survivors of the oil rig's destruction, scattered across the wasteland and eventually regrouping in research facilities that appear in later games, carried the Enclave's self-image and its conviction with them into new territory. The defeat at the end of Fallout 2 was a defeat of capability rather than of belief, and belief proved more durable than the platform it had occupied. The Shuri of San Francisco continued their biological research in the aftermath of the oil rig's destruction, their knowledge of the mutated organisms of the new California ecosystem becoming an increasingly valuable resource as the NCR's expansion brought more communities into contact with one another and created new demands for medical and agricultural knowledge. Their founding story, the stranded submarine crew that had built a civilization from the materials of catastrophe, was one of the more quietly remarkable origin stories in the Fallout universe. The nights in Arroyo before the GECK was deployed had their own quality, a tightness to them that the village's long-term residents would remember even after the crisis had passed. The elder sitting with her knowledge of what had been sent out into the world and what had not yet returned. Hakunen keeping his watch with the specific anxiety of someone whose sensitivity to the community's well-being had become an instrument of torment rather than simply of service. The ordinary people of the village going about the ordinary tasks of keeping a community alive while understanding in varying degrees of clarity that the ordinary might not continue much longer. The return of the Chosen One from the journey south was not the triumphant arrival that legends usually describe. It was exhausted and complicated and carrying the weight of everything that had happened in the months between departure and return. The people who were brought back from the oil rig were alive, but marked by their experience there. The GECK had been obtained at costs that the village would need time to fully understand. The larger threat of the Enclave had been addressed in ways whose long-term implications would take years to become clear. But the village was alive. The people were together. The mission that had seemed impossible when it was assigned had been completed, and that completion was something real even when everything surrounding it was uncertain. The ceremony that Arroyo would have held to mark the return, the rituals by which a tribal community processes a significant event and integrates it into its shared narrative, would have drawn on the same forms that had marked the departure. The same canyon walls, the same fires in the same places, the same words spoken in the same language that the vault dweller had learned and the elder had inherited and the chosen one had grown up inside. The continuity of the ceremony was itself a form of resilience, the assertion that the community persisted across the events that had threatened to end it, that its forms of meaning were still intact and still functional. And in that persistence, in the small and careful repetition of the practices that kept a village connected to its own significance, something of the wasteland's best possibility was visible. The chance that what human beings built after the bombs, however imperfect and however slow and however complicated by all the usual human difficulties, might eventually amount to something worth the effort of building. The stars above the canyon were the same stars that had always been there. The wind moved through the same rock formations. The fires burned with the same patience they had always burned with. And somewhere beneath all of that continuity, the new crops were growing in soil that had been prepared for them, reaching toward a light that had always been there too, waiting. The road between Klamath and the Den was one of those stretches of wasteland that had no name anyone agreed on. Traders who made the run regularly called it different things depending on how the weather had been or how many rad scorpions they had encountered on the most recent crossing. The land there was not particularly beautiful, and it was not particularly dangerous by wasteland standards, which meant it was exactly the kind of territory that people moved through quickly and thought about afterward only when a conversation required it. The chosen one crossing that road for the first time was learning something that most maps did not record, which was the quality of silence between one human settlement and the next, the way the wasteland asserted its own presence in the gaps between people. The town of Klamath had its own relationship with the creatures that surrounded it, a relationship built from years of practical cohabitation. The Duntons were a family of Brahmin rustlers whose operations technically harmed the community, but who the community tolerated with the resigned pragmatism that small settlements develop toward embedded problems that are not quite severe enough to justify the cost of fully addressing them. The gecko hunters operated in the ravines outside town, pursuing the smaller mutated lizard creatures whose hides were useful for leather and whose populations were large enough to sustain regular trapping. The balance between these various activities and the settlement's core agricultural economy was maintained through informal negotiation rather than any formal system, the kind of organic social contract that wasteland communities improvised when no other option existed. The toxic caves beneath Klamath were a detail that the game placed in the world without drawing excessive attention to them. One of the many locations that existed in the margins of the main story and rewarded players who explored beyond the obvious paths. The caves had been contaminated long enough that their contamination had become part of the local geography rather than an emergency, a fact of the environment that the town's residents worked around in the same way that people in the old world had worked around the less dramatic environmental hazards of industrial civilization. There were rats in those caves, mutated into something larger and more aggressive than their pre-war ancestors, and there were the kinds of materials and resources that people dropped or abandoned or simply lost in the ordinary course of trying to survive in complicated terrain. The golden gecko was a creature that appeared in Fallout 2 as both a practical hazard and a minor economic resource, a mutated variant of the smaller gecko with a distinctive coloration and a more aggressive temperament. Their hides were valuable enough that hunters sought them out despite the risks, and the economy of small items, hides and bones, and the particular glands that certain wasteland traders paid premium prices for was the kind of invisible financial infrastructure that kept marginal communities like Klamath from becoming entirely dependent on any single source of income. The chosen one learning to navigate this economy was learning something about the wasteland's scale, that the large political questions were always underlaid by thousands of small practical ones, and that the small ones were often more immediately pressing to the people dealing with them. Sulik's village, Mariposa, was a settlement that existed in the game's geography as a reference rather than a location the player could visit in detail. It had been raided by slavers, its people taken, his sister among them, and this loss was the private grief that the warrior carried alongside his public usefulness as a companion. The game did not resolve Sulik's search within its main story arc, leaving the question of his sister's fate as one of the open threads that the wasteland's imperfect resolution generated. Not every story closed, not every person who was taken was found. This was true in the game and true in the world the game was describing, and the honesty of leaving it unresolved was one of Fallout 2's more quietly significant choices. The den's orphan population was a detail that the game embedded in the settlement's background in a way that communicated the settlement's character more efficiently than any formal description could have. In a town organized around vice and exploitation, the children who had been abandoned or orphaned occupied a precarious social position, surviving through small thefts and errands and the tolerance of adults whose own circumstances were not stable enough to allow for genuine charity. One child named Lenny could be encountered repeatedly in the town's streets, a figure of small and specific sadness who made visible what the den's economy of extraction did to the most vulnerable members of any community it touched. The Brahmin drives that connected the larger settlements of Northern California were a commercial institution that the game rendered with enough specificity to feel like genuine economic history rather than scenery. Ranchers in the Redding area moved their Brahmin south to markets in New Reno and north toward Vault City and the smaller settlements that needed meat and leather and tallow. The drovers who managed these drives were a specific social type, people who had developed the particular skills of moving large animals over difficult terrain while managing the threats that the wasteland interposed between any 2 points. They knew the water sources and the dangerous stretches and the settlements where a tired drive crew could find a safe night's rest and a meal that did not require cooking over an open fire in a location that might attract unwanted attention. The trade relationships that these drives maintained were not simply commercial, they were informational. The drovers who moved between settlements knew things that the residents of any single settlement could not know about crop failures in one region and surpluses in another, about political shifts and bandit activity and the movement of factions whose interests affected everyone within several days' travel. In the absence of any telecommunications infrastructure, the people who moved between places were the infrastructure, and their knowledge was as valuable as their cargo in the informal markets of information that existed alongside every physical market in the wasteland. The currency situation in Northern California was more complicated than a simple caps economy might suggest. The new California Republic was actively working to establish its own currency, backed by the gold from Redding and supported by the institutional authority of the Republic's growing administration. The older barter economy and the bottle cap system that had developed organically in the post-war decades were being slowly displaced in regions under NCR influence, but outside those regions, exchange still happened through the older mechanisms. The chosen one moving between NCR territory and less organized regions had to navigate this currency complexity in ways that reflected the genuine economic geography of a continent in the process of rebuilding its financial infrastructure from scratch. Vault City's outsider community was one of the game's most carefully observed social details, a settlement within a settlement that illustrated how privilege reproduces itself spatially. The people who lived in the corrugated metal and salvaged timber structures outside Vault City's walls were not simply poor in the abstract sense. They were poor in relation to something specific, the medical technology and clean water and structural stability that existed just inside a gate they could not pass through without the permission of people who had no particular reason to grant it. Their poverty was defined not by the absolute absence of resources, but by their proximity to resources they could not access, which is a different and in some ways more corrosive condition. The medical treatments available inside Vault City were not simply better than what the wasteland offered. They were categorically different in kind. Vault City's doctors could address conditions that the wasteland's healers could not diagnose. They could synthesize medications that required pre-war pharmaceutical knowledge and equipment that nothing outside the vault's walls possessed. For someone in the outer settlement, with a condition that Vault City's doctors could cure in an afternoon, the existence of that cure 20 meters away and inaccessible was a specific form of suffering that the game did not flinch from presenting. The Chosen One could navigate the bureaucratic requirements for medical access on behalf of individuals in the outer settlement, but the structural conditions that created those requirements remained after any individual case was resolved. Counselor Lynette's position was internally consistent in a way that made her more challenging to simply dismiss than a more straightforwardly antagonistic character would have been. She was protecting something genuinely valuable. Vault City's quality of life was real, and the resources required to maintain it were finite. Her argument that unlimited access would degrade those resources and eventually destroy what had been built was not obviously wrong as an economic proposition. What made her position indefensible was not its logic, but its application, the way it naturalized the suffering of the people outside the walls by treating their exclusion as a feature of a correctly functioning system rather than as the ongoing cost that the system was imposing on specific human beings who deserved better. The ghoul settlement of Gecko approached the question of community organization from a completely different direction than Vault City, and the contrast between them was one of the game's most sustained comparative observations. Where Vault City had inherited its organization from the Vault's pre-existing structure and maintained it through bureaucratic continuity, Gecko had built its organization from the informal arrangements that a group of ghouls had worked out over the decades of trying to keep a nuclear power plant functioning without the specialized expertise that the plant had originally required. The plant's superintendent, a ghoul named Festus, understood his machinery with the specific knowledge of someone who had learned it by working on it rather than by training for it. He knew which systems failed first under various conditions, which repairs lasted, and which were temporary measures that would need repeating, which readings on the instruments were cause for concern, and which reflected the normal degradation of equipment that had been operating past its design specifications for decades. This knowledge was irreplaceable and non-transferable in the conventional sense, because it existed not in documentation, but in the accumulated experience of a particular person who had been paying attention for a very long time. The radiation leakage that Vault City complained about was real. The plant was not operating cleanly, and the ghouls knew it. What they also knew was that they lacked the technical resources to fully address the problem without external assistance, that the repairs required components they could not manufacture and expertise they did not possess, and that the community that most needed the problem solved was also the community most committed to maintaining the conditions that prevented cooperation. The Chosen One could serve as the bridge that the geography of prejudice had made impossible to build directly, bringing technical knowledge and the specific components the plant needed to improve its operation. New Reno's social structure was more elaborate than its surface presentation, as a city of vice suggested. The four families each operated within a sphere of influence that overlapped with the others in carefully negotiated ways, and the negotiations that maintained those boundaries were conducted through channels that were not visible to the casual observer. The bishops maintained their political sophistication through a combination of marriage alliances and information gathering that gave them knowledge of the other families' operations that the other families did not always know they possessed. Their connection to the enclave, through their relationship with the Salvatores, was their most significant strategic asset and their greatest secret vulnerability. The Wright family's control of the alcohol trade was built on infrastructure rather than violence, on the distilleries and distribution networks and the customer relationships that had been developed over decades of operation. The Wrights were the most legitimate adjacent of the new Reno families, their business model being one that the NCR would eventually incorporate rather than suppress as its influence extended to the city. Their patriarch had opinions about the direction of New Reno's political future that were more aligned with regional integration than his competitors were willing to admit, a pragmatism born from understanding that the city's long-term survival required connection to larger economic networks. The Mordino family's drug operation was the most immediately profitable and the most immediately destabilizing element of New Reno's economy. The demand for jet and the other substances the Mordinos distributed was genuinely significant, and the money that flowed through their operation made them the wealthiest family in absolute terms, even as it made them the least respected in the longer political view. Their ruthlessness was a response to the specific characteristics of their market, which was one where trust could not be established through reputation alone, and where the inability to enforce contracts through legal mechanisms meant that violence was the primary enforcement tool available. The Salvatore family's relationship to the enclave was the thread that connected New Reno to the game's main antagonist in ways that the city's surface character did not obviously suggest. The Salvatores had obtained energy weapons and advanced technology from the enclave through an arrangement whose exact terms the game left somewhat ambiguous, but whose practical effect was clear. The Salvatores had firepower that no other New Reno family could match, and that firepower had purchased a degree of security and influence that their actual organizational capabilities would not otherwise have supported. They were, in the enclave's calculus, a useful distribution point for testing the effectiveness of their destabilization strategy in a complex urban environment. The end state of the enclave's plan, had it proceeded, would have included New Reno in its targets as completely as it included Arroyo. The Salvatore's arrangement with the enclave provided them with weapons and leverage, but not with any actual protection from the pathogen that the enclave was developing. Whether the enclave intended to honor whatever implicit promise the Salvatores believed they had received was a question the game left open, but whose answer, given everything the enclave's ideology implied, was not difficult to estimate. The Salvatores were tools the enclave was using, and the enclave's history with the people it used did not suggest that usefulness provided any permanent security. The boxing ring in New Reno was one of the game's more distinctive locations, a site of organized competition that had its own economy and its own social culture entirely separate from the drug trade and the political maneuvering of the families. The fights that happened there were genuine athletic contests in the full sense, events that drew spectators and generated betting and gave the fighters themselves a form of status that the wasteland's other avenues of advancement did not provide. For some residents of New Reno, the ring was the cleanest institution in the city, the one place where the outcome was determined by the participants rather than by who had the most money or the most firepower. The town of Modoc occupied a place in the Fallout 2 world that was defined by what it was not. It was not a major settlement. It was not strategically positioned on important trade routes. It was not particularly rich in resources or particularly notable in its architecture or history. It was a farming community that had developed along a road in a region that had enough water to support agriculture and enough isolation to keep the worst of the wasteland's violence at a manageable distance. The people who lived there had chosen the quiet over the excitement, the predictability of agricultural cycles over the volatility of more commercially active locations. The mystery beneath Modoc was the kind of detail that the game used to make the world feel continuously inhabited at multiple levels of visibility. The surface of the settlement was what a traveler would see passing through the farmers and their routines and the modest commercial activity that kept the community self-sustaining. Beneath the surface was the history that the surface sim had been built over, the events that the community had processed and settled around in the way that communities settle around things that have happened and cannot be undone, not forgotten, but not discussed, except among the people who had been there and needed to maintain a shared account that allowed everyone to keep living in proximity to one another. The ghost farm that existed near Modoc was a location that the game used to introduce a note of genuinely strange atmospheric detail into a region that was otherwise characterized by straightforward wasteland practicality. Crops growing without visible tenders, structures that showed signs of habitation but contained no people visible in the ordinary hours. The explanation that the game provided connected the ghost farm to the underground communities that existed throughout the wasteland, people who had retreated below ground for reasons that mixed practical survival considerations with the particular psychology of people who had found the surface world too damaged to fully inhabit. The military base called Sierra Army Depot sat in the northern part of Fallout 2's map and served as a repository of pre-war military technology that had survived the war inside a hardened facility. The depot had been sealed since the bombs fell, its automated defense systems functioning with the mechanical patience of machines that had never been told the war was over. The robots and automated turrets that maintained the facility's security were not enemies in the conventional sense. They were objects fulfilling their programmed purpose in the absence of anyone with the authority to modify that programming, the military equivalent of a light left on in an abandoned house. The technology preserved in the depot was significant enough to attract attention from multiple factions. The Brotherhood of Steel had interest in the weapons and power armor stored there. The various New Reno families coveted the military-grade armaments that would give whichever family obtained them a decisive advantage over the others. The NCR's military planners would have appreciated access to the tactical equipment that the depot contained. The chosen one moving through the facility was navigating a location where the pre-war world's military investment in destroying things had been preserved in near-perfect condition for the benefit of whoever could survive the facility's automated defenses long enough to claim it. The Enclave's awareness of the Sierra Army Depot was connected to their broader project of cataloging and controlling pre-war military assets in the region. The depot's contents included materials relevant to their research programs and weapon systems that they had interest in either acquiring or ensuring that no wasteland faction could acquire. Their ability to deploy vertibirds meant that they could reach the depot in ways that wasteland factions could not, and their assessment of the depot's strategic value had been incorporated into planning processes that the Chosen One's activities were disrupting in ways the Enclave was only beginning to track. The Vault Dwellers' experiences in Vault 13, which the second game treated as background history rather than playable content, shaped the world of Fallout 2 in ways that required some understanding to fully appreciate. The Vault had been a site of the Master's ambitions, a community that the Unity had targeted for conversion rather than destruction, and its survival had depended on the actions of a single person who had been, by the Vault's own standards, an unremarkable member of its population, until the moment that circumstances required them to be remarkable. The overseer who had then exiled that person had been acting from genuine fear, the understanding that a hero's return changes the social order of any community that believes in the legend. Vault 13, in the time of Fallout 2, had been reopened and then reoccupied by a community of intelligent deathclaws, a species whose intelligence was the product of the same forced evolutionary virus research that had created supermutants. The Deathclaws of Vault 13 had developed a functioning community with its own leadership structure, its own cultural forms, and its own political concerns about the world outside the vault. Their existence was fragile in ways they understood clearly, because the wasteland's general response to Deathclaws was elimination rather than negotiation, and their intelligence did not make the surface world any safer for them to navigate. Their vault was a refuge in the most literal sense, a place that protected them from a world that did not know they existed. The specific connection between Vault 13 and the Enclave's plans was one of the threads that brought the game's various plot elements into their final configuration. The Vault's GECK had been the Elder's original hope for Arroyo's salvation, but the Enclave's own need for a GECK in their biological weapons research had superseded that hope, and the Enclave's arrival at the vault had consequences that extended beyond the immediate loss of the device. The Enclave's treatment of the intelligent Deathclaw community there was consistent with their general approach to any population they defined as non-human, which was extermination rather than accommodation. The Enclave's research on the forced evolutionary virus had been ongoing since before the war, when it had been a classified government program operating under the designation Project Mariposa, named for the California location where much of the early research had been conducted. The Mariposa military base had been where the pre-war government had tested the FEV on unwilling subjects, prisoners, and eventually soldiers who had been told they were participating in a program that would enhance human military capability. The results of those experiments had been catastrophic in ways that the supervising scientists had predicted and documented, and then continued regardless, because the military application was considered sufficiently important to justify the human cost. The Master's discovery of the Mariposa facility and his use of its FEV vats to create his super mutant army was, from the Enclave's perspective, an unauthorized use of their research asset by a rogue actor. The Unity's defeat in the first game had ended the immediate super mutant threat, but had also scattered irradiated FEV-modified humans across a landscape that the Enclave was planning to eventually clear. Their modified airborne pathogen was designed to address not just the irradiated human population, but specifically the FEV-modified organisms that the Master's experiments had distributed through the wasteland, making the cleanup of his legacy a component of their own larger project. The original FEV research notes, portions of which were accessible in the Mariposa facility and in Enclave records, told the story of a scientific program that had begun with genuine military objectives and had evolved into something that none of its original architects would have recognized as the same project. The transformation from military enhancement research to genocide preparation had happened through a series of incremental decisions, each one defensible within the logic of the decision that had preceded it, collectively producing an endpoint that required enormous institutional commitment to a premise that had been accepted so long ago that no one currently living remembered the process by which it had been established. The ending slide for the Chosen One personally, separate from the fates of the various settlements and factions, was one of the game's more bittersweet choices. The Chosen One returned to Arroyo, witnessed the village's restoration, and was then exiled. The same pattern that had shaped the Vault Dweller's fate repeated itself with the second generation, the recognition that someone who had survived everything the wasteland could offer had been changed by that survival, in ways that made them a disruption to the community they had saved. The village's elder understood this, and that exile was not cruel but necessary. The acknowledgement that some kinds of experience make it impossible to remain in the context that shaped you. This ending was not simply a callback to the first game's conclusion. It was a thematic statement about the cost of the kind of journey Fallout 2 described. The skills and perspectives required to navigate the wasteland's violence and political complexity were not the same skills and perspectives required to tend crops and maintain the social fabric of a small community. The Chosen One had become something that the village needed, but could not contain, and the exile was the village's way of acknowledging both the gift and the incompatibility. The wanderer walked away into a wasteland that was, in specific measurable ways, better for their having passed through it, carrying the particular loneliness of people who have done necessary things and found themselves unhoused by the doing. The wandering that followed the exile was left to the player's imagination, but the world that had been shaped by the journey provided the context for that imagining. The NCR was expanding. The Shah were researching. Vault City was being gradually pressed toward regional integration. New Reno's families were adjusting to new power balances. All of these futures were populated by people who might encounter a wanderer from Arroyo and know them by reputation, know something of what they had done without knowing entirely who they were, which was perhaps the most honest summary of what it meant to be the Chosen One in the aftermath of having chosen. The Fallout universe's treatment of pre-war American culture in the second game was more pointed than in the first, drawing more explicitly on specific cultural reference points and commenting on them more directly. The aesthetic of 1950s optimism that the first game had used as a counterpoint to its nuclear devastation was present, but filtered through the additional layers of a world that had been living with the consequences of that optimism for 80 additional years. The Pip-Boy technology, the atomic age architecture of surviving structures, the corporate language preserved in old advertisements and product labels, these were not simply production design choices, but arguments about the relationship between the culture that had built the bomb and the civilization that had been destroyed by it. The Vault Tech Corporation's role in this cultural archaeology was significant. The company had been, in the game's fiction, both a genuine survival technology provider and an instrument of the pre-war government's most unethical research programs. The vaults that had saved lives and the vaults that had been designed to destroy them came from the same corporate entity, the same branding, the same cheerful Vault Boy mascot that appeared on terminal screens and promotional materials across the wasteland. The collision of the corporate cheerfulness with the reality of what the vaults had done was one of the series' most sustained observations about how institutions present themselves versus what they actually do. The loading screen tips and terminal entries that populated the wasteland with the voice of the pre-war world communicated something about how that world had understood itself that nothing explicit could have conveyed as efficiently. The confident instructional tone of Vault Tech promotional materials, the bureaucratic language of government communications, the advertising copy that had been designed to make nuclear annihilation feel manageable, and the products of a military-industrial complex feel like consumer goods. These voices were the voice of a civilization that had committed to a particular way of seeing itself and had maintained that commitment even as it moved toward the end that the commitment was leading it to. The character of Harold, who appeared in Fallout 2 as a wandering figure with a tree growing from his head, was one of the series' most distinctive recurring characters, and one whose story connected the events of the original game to the broader universe in ways that the second game extended without fully resolving. Harold had been a human trader before being exposed to the FEV virus in the Mariposa facility, transformed into something that defied easy categorization and that had been continuing to change over the decades since his exposure. He was not a ghoul, and not a super mutant, and not quite human in any conventional sense, a category of one who had survived long enough to develop a particular philosophical acceptance of his situation. His presence in Fallout 2, somewhere in the wasteland, was a reminder that the events of the first game had had consequences that persisted in individual bodies as well as in political structures. Harold was walking history in a literal sense, his body bearing the marks of what the pre-war government's experiments had done, his consciousness the record of decades of experiencing a world that did not know quite how to categorize him. The tree that grew from his skull, a detail that would become increasingly significant in later games, was already visible in the second game as a biological fact whose implications Harold himself was only beginning to understand. The intelligent ghouls who appeared throughout the game, in Gecko and in various other locations, represented a demographic whose experience of the post-war world was genuinely different from that of baseline humans in ways that the game explored through their dialogue and their community structures. They had survived the initial war and then survived the decades that followed, accumulating an experience of the wasteland's changes that no human of baseline lifespan could possess. The oldest intelligent ghouls in the game had been alive before the bombs fell, had memories of the pre-war world that were not historical knowledge but personal experience, and their relationship to the ruins around them was not the archaeologist's relationship but the survivors. The new California Republic's political structure, as it appeared in Fallout 2, was an early-stage democracy dealing with the specific challenges of governing a rapidly expanding territory through institutions that had been designed for a smaller and more coherent constituency. The President and the Congress, and the various administrative departments that the NCR had developed were genuine institutional forms, modeled on the pre-war government structures with adjustments for the realities of post-war governance. The challenges they faced were the challenges of state building in conditions of incomplete information and contested territory, the need to extend administrative reach into regions that had been self-governing for decades and that had developed the suspicion of external authority that isolation tends to produce. The NCR's relationship with the tribal communities of the region was one of the most politically delicate aspects of its expansion. The tribes had their own governance structures, their own systems of law and obligation, their own conceptions of territorial authority that did not map neatly onto the NCR's legal categories. The process of incorporation required negotiation at the level of fundamental concepts about what membership in the Republic meant and what the Republic owed its members in return, about whether the customs and authorities that had served tribal communities through the difficult post-war decades had any standing in the NCR's legal framework. Arroyo's own relationship with the NCR was minimal during the events of Fallout 2, the village being sufficiently remote and sufficiently self-sufficient that the expanding Republic had not yet found occasion to formally engage with it. But the trajectory of NCR expansion pointed toward a future in which that engagement would be inevitable, and the ending slides that described Arroyo's restored prosperity implied a community that was growing toward the kind of visibility that would eventually attract the Republic's administrative attention. The village that the Chosen One had saved was not going to remain isolated indefinitely. The question of artificial intelligence in the world of Fallout 2 was raised by the existence of several computer systems that had been operating in various states of autonomy since before the war. The Sheer Emperor was the most prominent example, a navigation computer that had been repurposed into a governing authority through the accumulated choices of successive generations who had found its processing useful. But other systems throughout the wasteland operated in modes that were not simply programmed responses, but something that approached independent decision-making within their operational parameters. The automated defense systems of the Sierra Army Depot were a negative example of this tendency. Systems that continued to fulfill their security function in the absence of any legitimate authority because no one had provided them with the command to stand down, and because their programming gave them no mechanism for determining that their original purpose had been superseded by the changed circumstances of a post-war world. They were not malevolent, but they were inflexible, a reminder that systems designed for one context continue operating in a different context according to the rules they were given rather than the needs of the situation they actually face. The ZAX systems, distributed supercomputers that had been created by Vault Tech for various pre-war government applications, existed throughout the wasteland in locations that included the Enclave's own facilities. ZAX had been designed to manage complex administrative tasks and to assist with the planning of large-scale operations, including, in certain configurations, the management of post-war recovery scenarios. The Enclave's use of these systems in support of their pathogen development program was one of the game's background details about how pre-war technology had been adapted to purposes its designers had not specifically intended. The concept of mutation in Fallout 2 was more nuanced than the surface presentation of supermutants and ghouls might suggest. The FEV had affected different organisms in different ways depending on the nature of the exposure, the health of the organism at the time of exposure, and factors that the scientists who had studied it had not fully characterized. The variation in supermutant intelligence, from the near-human cognition of Marcus to the limited reasoning of the more common supermutants, reflected this variability rather than representing a uniform outcome of the same process. The death claws of Vault 13 were an extreme case of SFEV-induced modification, organisms that had been far enough from human origin that the virus had produced something categorically different from either supermutants or ghouls, something that retained the lethality of the original species while adding cognitive capabilities that fundamentally changed what the species was capable of. The intelligent Deathclaws community in Vault 13 was evidence that the FEV's effects were not simply degrading or simply enhancing, but were transformative in ways that depended entirely on what was being transformed. The rad scorpions and other mutated fauna of the wasteland represented a different category of modification, one that had proceeded through radiation rather than direct FEV exposure, and that had operated over multiple generations rather than in a single transformation event. These creatures were not what the pre-war biologists who had studied scorpions had studied, but they were the descendant outcome of the same evolutionary lineages, shaped by selection pressures that the nuclear war had introduced and that had been operating for 80 years by the time of the game's events. The medical knowledge available in the wasteland of Fallout 2 was a stratified resource in ways that mirrored the political and economic stratification of the region more broadly. At the highest level, Vault City's doctors had access to equipment and pharmaceutical knowledge that was effectively indistinguishable from pre-war medicine. Below that, the doctors and healers in major settlements like New Reno and the NCR's towns had significant capability relative to the regional baseline, enough to address most acute injuries and a significant portion of the chronic conditions that the wasteland generated. At the lower levels, the tribal healers and wasteland practitioners worked with herbal remedies and empirical treatments that had been developed through the post-war decades by people who had no formal medical training, but who had been paying close attention to what worked and what did not. Hakunen occupied this lowest formal tier of medical practice, but had developed through decades of careful observation and the specific knowledge base that Arroyo's isolation had preserved, a competence within his scope of practice that was genuine rather than merely apparent. His herbal preparations worked because he had identified through trial and the careful preservation of knowledge which plants in the canyon country had the properties he needed and his treatments reflected an empirical understanding of the conditions he most commonly encountered in his community. The gap between his capability and Vault City's capability was real and significant, but it was a gap of resources and equipment, rather than a gap of intelligence or dedication. The jet addiction crisis that the Mordinos had helped create and that the Enclave had engineered was, among its other effects, a medical problem that the Wasteland's distributed healthcare system was entirely unprepared to address. Addiction treatment required pharmaceutical intervention that most Wasteland healers could not provide, and a sustained care relationship that the transient conditions of most Wasteland communities made difficult to maintain. The solution that Myron could help develop, if the Chosen One worked with him toward it, was a treatment that required chemistry that was itself beyond most practitioners' capabilities, meaning that even the cure for the epidemic was accessible only to people who had the resources to obtain it. The Vault Tech executive, who had authorized the garden variety of experiments conducted in the sealed vaults, had believed, or had told themselves they believed, that the information gathered would be useful in rebuilding civilization after the nuclear exchange that the company's contracts assumed was inevitable. The distinction between belief and rationalization, between genuine conviction that the suffering of the vault populations served a larger purpose, and the simple organizational momentum that continued harmful programs because stopping them required someone to take responsibility for the decision to start them, was a distinction the historical record could not definitively establish. What the record could establish was that the programs had continued across multiple administrations, that the researchers assigned to monitor them had filed reports that documented the harm being done, and that had been received by supervisors who had responded with requests for more data, and that the institutional knowledge of what was happening in the vaults had been distributed widely enough that no single person could claim ignorance as a defense. The vaults were a collective failure of the kind that large organizations produce when the individuals within them substitute institutional loyalty for moral reasoning, each one making the locally rational choice to maintain their position and their relationships and their sense of themselves as decent people in an organization that was doing something indecent. The residents of the vaults, sealed inside without knowledge of the experiments they were participating in, had trusted the institution that had sealed them. This trust had been extended not from naivety, but from necessity, because the vaults were the only option available to people who wanted to survive the war that both the government and the corporation had been anticipating for years. The betrayal of that trust was not simply a moral failure, but a practical one, because it had produced outcomes that undermined the recovery goals the program had ostensibly been designed to serve. Communities that had been subjected to the most extreme experiments were not prepared for post-vault survival. They were damaged in ways that made reconstruction harder rather than easier. The ending slides that resolved the fates of the Fallout 2 settlements had a cumulative weight that the game's individual quest resolution did not fully prepare the player to feel until they were encountered in sequence. Each slide was brief, a paragraph of text delivered in Ron Perlman's distinctive voice against a static background image, and the brevity was part of the effect. Years of consequence compressed into sentences. The Chosen One's choices reduced to outcomes that the game described without commentary, allowing the player to supply their own assessment of whether the futures depicted were what had been hoped for. The slide for Vault City acknowledged the city's growing inability to maintain its isolation in the face of the NCR's expansion and the regional changes that the Chosen One's actions had accelerated. The slide for New Reno reflected the specific alliance that had been made and the family whose position had been strengthened. The slide for Arroyo was the one that most viewers reached with the strongest sense of investment, because it was the settlement whose fate had been the explicit mission, and its outcome was the closest thing the game offered to a report card on whether the journey had been worth it. The Ron Perlman narration that bookended the game was a deliberate continuity with the first Fallout's presentation, an acknowledgement that the events being described belonged to the same history that the first game had begun, and that the second game was extending rather than concluding. His voice carried the specific weight of someone delivering a verdict, not on the chosen one or on the game's events, but on the broader question of whether the wasteland had moved, however incrementally, towards something better. The answer the game gave was conditional and qualified and honest about what it could not promise, which made it more convincing than a simpler answer would have been. The Black Isle team that completed Fallout 2 in the months following Tim Kane's departure had been left to interpret a vision they had participated in creating but had not solely owned, and the result was a game that bore the marks of this collaborative authorship in ways that were sometimes jarring and sometimes remarkable. The tonal inconsistencies that critics noted, the places where the game's satire became so pointed that it broke the atmospheric consistency of the post-war setting, were the product of individual writers expressing themselves more freely than a single creative director would have permitted. The places where the game achieved something close to literary quality in its dialogue and world-building were the product of the same freedom applied by people who were genuinely talented at what they were doing. The restoration patches that fan communities developed in the years following the game's release addressed some of the most significant technical failures, re-implementing ending slides that had been designed but never properly coded, and fixing quest bugs that had sent players to wrong outcomes. These patches were evidence of the game's hold on its audience, the willingness of people to invest significant technical effort in preserving something they valued rather than accepting the limitations of what had shipped. The restoration community's work was a form of archival commitment that the game's original developers, given more time and fewer external pressures, would likely have done themselves. The game's influence on the role-playing genre was significant and sustained, less in terms of the specific mechanical systems it had used, and more in terms of the ambition it had demonstrated. The idea that a role-playing game could take its world's political and ethical questions seriously, could present moral complexity without resolving it into simple choices between obvious good and obvious evil, could trust its players to engage with that complexity without hand-holding, had been demonstrated by Fallout, and had been extended by Fallout 2 in ways that subsequent games in the genre were still negotiating decades later. The quiet that settled over the wasteland at the end of a day when nothing dramatic had happened was one of the textures that the game's atmosphere captured and that the documentary tradition of Fallout narration tried to honor. The settlements existed in that quiet between their moments of drama, in the long hours of agricultural work and trading, and the repairs of equipment, and the preparation of food, and the conversations that filled the spaces between the events that would eventually become the stories told about a place. Most of any community's life happened in those unheroic intervals, and the world of Fallout 2 was built to feel inhabited during them, as well as during the moments of consequence. The desert light of Northern California in the game's imagining was a specific quality of light, filtered through the atmospheric changes that 2 centuries of nuclear fallout and the accumulation of industrial pollution and the altered chemistry of a sky that had been through something catastrophic had produced. The colors were warm in ways that suggested the world was beautiful despite everything, that the same sun that had witnessed the bombs was still providing the energy that grew the crops and warmed the walls of the settlements and lit the faces of the people trying to build something in the space the old world had left behind. The stars at night above Arroyo's Canyon were, by the time of the game's events, likely cleaner than they had been in the immediate post-war decades, the worst of the atmospheric pollution having settled out over the generations into the soil and the water and the bodies of the creatures that lived in both. The ghouls of Gecko might have been the only community in the region that experienced that particular irony directly, The clearing of the atmosphere above them correlated with the contamination in the ground and water around them, the sky becoming more visible just as the source of its contamination became more concentrated in the environment they inhabited. The memory of the pre-war world that persisted in the wasteland by Fallout 2's era was increasingly mediated, filtered through two generations of survivors whose own understanding of what they had lost was itself incomplete. The people who had been alive when the bombs fell were very old by the game's time, many of them ghouls whose extended lifespans had made them something other than ordinary survivors. The children of the immediate post-war generation had grown up in conditions so different from the pre-war world that their parents' memories of it had functioned more as mythology than as guidance, stories about a time before the difficulty, rather than a practical blueprint for addressing the difficulty. The institutional memories that survived were in many ways more distorting than the personal ones. The NCR's democratic forms were modeled on pre-war governance without the full context that had given those forms their meaning in the original setting. The same documents and the same vocabulary applied to a social reality that had fundamental differences from the one they had been designed for. The Brotherhood of Steel's preservation of technology maintained the physical objects of the pre-war world without always maintaining the understanding of why those objects had been created or what their creation had required. The Enclave's constitutional ceremony was the most extreme example of this institutional memory's potential for distortion. Forms, without the substance that had once animated them, being used to justify actions that the original forms had been designed to prevent. What the post-war world had that the pre-war world had lacked was a certain kind of honesty about fragility. The communities that had survived 80 years in the wasteland knew in their bones what the old world had refused to fully accept, that civilization was not inevitable, that the systems that maintained daily life required constant attention and investment, that the margin between sustainable and unsustainable was narrower than prosperity made it look. This knowledge was not comfortable, but it was accurate, and the communities that had internalized it most completely were, broadly speaking, the ones that were still standing. The particular sadness of the wasteland was a sadness with a specific shape, the grief not of irreversible personal loss, but of a civilization lost to choices that had seemed avoidable even at the time. The nuclear war that had produced the world of Fallout had not been an accident in the conventional sense. It had been the outcome of a series of decisions made by people who had known the risks and had chosen to proceed regardless, because the organizational logic of states in conflict and the economic momentum of industries built around those states had produced conditions in which the ability to stop had been consumed by the pressure to continue. The scholars of the NCR, who studied pre-war history, the Brotherhood archivists who preserved its technical documentation, the tribal elders who remembered what their grandparents had described of the world before, all of them were circling the same essential question, which was how to understand the decision that had ended their world. The game did not answer this question because it had no clean answer to offer. It simply held the question up and let the wasteland's various inhabitants interact with it according to their own needs and their own capabilities for honesty about what they were looking at. The crops growing in Arroyo's GECK-treated soil were, in this context, more than an agricultural success. They were an argument that the margins still existed, that the combination of the pre-war world's better impulses, preserved in the technology that had survived the bombs, and the post-war world's hard-won practical knowledge could produce something worth having in the space the old civilization had destroyed. The argument was not triumphant, and it was not certain. It was the quiet persistence of people who had decided that the answer to the question of whether it was worth trying was yes, and who had kept acting on that decision even when the evidence was not entirely supportive. The wasteland breathed slowly, and in its breathing there is something that resembles patience, the long patience of land that has been through the worst and is waiting, not expectantly but simply, for whatever comes next to be gentler than what came before. In that waiting, there is room for everything that the lore of Fallout 2 describes: the small communities and the large ambitions, the failures and the recoveries, the people who chose badly and the people who chose well, and the many more who chose in the middle and lived in the complicated space that the middle always produces. Thanks for watching. If these quiet details helped you relax, there's another video waiting on the left of your screen. You can let it play as you close your eyes. You might hear something soothing before you fall asleep again.